Yeah, and we can talk to help sound check just to make sure everything's good. And I'm just checking my microphone levels. Hello, everybody. If you're hearing us, we're just doing a quick sound check and making sure everything's up and running. So if you want to talk a sec, Jim.
So here I am talking, checking. Uh, just trying to get it all set up. If we're almost there. It's just so many things to do in 1 hour or whatever. It's amazing.
And welcome back, everybody. That was in the Initiates retreat here in Austin. The last 2 days we had a nice online retreat, and today's our open public broadcast. So welcome for those of you tuning in today as well. If we're a little groggy or out of it, is from being in retreat for a couple days, which is always really nice. Still getting used to doing these online instead of in person like we normally would, but so far it's been really working well. And I think we've learned a lot this year that next year I think we'll be able to even improve on things as far as doing more online retreats or workshops and all, as well as our just one-way transmission broadcast like we're doing today. So good things to come. And we'll just be making announcements as we go forward. Kelsey's going to come up here and share a little bit with everybody when she's ready. Just doing last-minute technology updates to make sure everything's in place with our team, with Tanya and Abe. We good to go?
We're good to
You
go.
ready? All righty. Have at it.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and welcome to those that are just joining us now. Just a couple announcements / reminders.
Here we go. Brain is blank once again. Just a reminder, please turn off your cell phones and create a nice quiet environment. Just to let you know, due to COVID, we don't have any...
Keep going. To keep a focus on spirit, we ask that you please turn off your cell phones and just make this time about your soul's participation with spirit and giving your full undivided attention to this action of this path of sound and light, walking the path of sound and light, and the spiritual food that will be shared today that you can partake in. So please do turn off your cell phones if possible, or at least do not disturb. There will be a break, about 3:30-ish, depending on, how long Jim and Brian talk. So you can always check your phone at that time. But we just ask that you really hold to that focus here for all of us, so that Spirit can really come in fully and be with us and give us the spiritual teachings. If you have any issues, obviously you're all on, so you're on. I've had 2 people that have had a hard time getting in to the broadcast, but if you have any problems with the video or audio feed, please report a problem by clicking the report a problem at the top right of the screen that you're on right now. Every time it's been either refreshing your browser, clearing the cache or cache in your browser, which you can just hold the Shift Command and R key down and it should refresh it. I recommend shutting down your browser and reopening it, logging out of ilm.org, logging back in, and you should be fine. But if there's any other issues or you've tried all of that and you're still having problems, please do report a problem and I'll be happy to assist you. I check that every 15, 20 minutes during the broadcast, but not during meditation. So just be patient. And
Otherwise, try the YouTube channel as well.
Or try the YouTube channel. Hop off our website, get on Inner Light Ministries, A Path of Sound and Light YouTube channel, and again, you should have no problems there with that feed. and that stream. And we will be taking a break for all of you that are new and listening right now. After the break, about 30-40 minutes, we will be doing Q&A, and you please feel free to write your questions into info@ilm.org, and there'll be a sign up during break giving you the same information. So please feel free to write your questions in, and Jim and Brian will be more than happy to share. And I will read your question out loud so everybody can hear on the broadcast, and then again, Jim and Brian will share based on your question. I do ask that you keep it short and sweet and simple. Jim and Brian don't need a lot of the details, and it's difficult to read paragraph after paragraph after paragraph. So just please keep it concise and focused, and I promise you will get even more benefit from Spirit by keeping it simple, because Spirit operates on simplicity. I also just ask that you try to make sentences. Sometimes I get run-on sentences for paragraphs at a time, and I find it very challenging to read and decipher, because I don't get to read your questions before I actually read them out loud. So, even if English is not your first language, that is not a problem. I'm just seeking punctuation, just a sentence with a punctuation, and that'll make it flow a lot easier for me, and again, for Jim and Brian, for you, and for that movement of Spirit. All right, our next class is December 6th, so only 3 weeks away to kind of kick off the holiday season and end, our live broadcast for the year. So please join us again on December 6th, same place, same time, and enjoy class. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you.
So be it.
So be it.
So we'll talk another couple minutes just to give the technology team a chance to make sure everything's going, because I noticed that screen back there is frozen. Not that maybe that means anything, but what do I know about technology? Hey, remember years ago when GPS came out and literally did a talk instead of global positioning, they called it God positioning system? Well, now that virtual reality is out and augmented reality, we ought to be having some interesting talks about how this creation's like an augmented or virtual reality.
It's a hologram. What are you talking about?
Well, there you go. We're going to have to explain it more. We're all in the matrix, living in a virtual or augmented reality.
That's right.
That's for sure.
Well,
So,
I think we can.
Yeah,
move
well,
forward.
I'll just wait in a minute. Again, just want to welcome everybody here. And if you're new, this is your first time, Kelsey kind of laid things out. We have a simple format. We'll meditate for usually around a half an hour, give or take. And myself or Jim will usually lead us in. And then Jim and I will both do a spiritual sharing. And it lasts anywhere from 2 to 2.5 hours, the whole process. And then we take a half an hour, 40-minute break or so and reconvene for Q&A. So simple format. If you're new, you'll figure it out. Just go along for the ride, I like to say, and just sit back and relax and just do what you can to just be open and have your experience, whatever that may be. It's always a nice flow of spirit, whatever it is. I don't think we've ever had a bad class.
No, it's been fun.
Yeah.
Always fun.
So, okay, I got a thumbs up, so it looks like we're good on the technology front. Again, just a quick reminder, if you do have any issues, especially when we move into meditation, just reboot your computer log in and out of the website, like Kelsey said, and you can always try going to our YouTube channel as well. So we're broadcasting through our website and YouTube, so you've got a couple options there, whatever works best for you. And with that, I think we'll probably go ahead and move into meditation. So, you want to do it today, or you want me to?
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay.
So get your body into a comfortable position, something that will support you and allow you to relax, but also stay attentive. And just close your eyes and begin to bring your attention inward and upward to the seat of the soul. That's at the top of the head, where the soul rests in the consciousness in the body. And as you're bringing your attention inward and upward, begin to be aware of the world just dropping away below. You're rising above this creation, above the world within you and the world outside, so that you can stand free in the soul, in the spiritual awareness of who you are. To do this and to assist you in this action, begin chanting inside the sacred name of initiation, or the hue, or the anti-hue. And just allow yourself to chant anti-hue or hue over and over inside of you at a rhythm that works for you. And just relax into the flow and into the sound of this energy. And as you move into this, anything and all things that come into your consciousness, just let them drop away. Anything of the world, just let them drop away. Do not focus on them, or if you do, bring your focus back inward and upward so you can continue the inner journey into your own spiritual being and into God's realms. You are a soul. You are not the body. So let the body go at this time. If you have any aches or pains or disturbances or distractions with the body, just be aware of them, but then return your focus back inward and upward, chanting, focusing, and moving upward into that greater part of you. At the seat of the soul, you can begin to connect to the true loving of who you are. And you can begin to live that loving more and more each day into all that you do. So allow yourself now to connect to the truth of who you are and to that loving being that you are. Chanting is a way to keep focused. That single one-eye focus allows you to move upward with grace and ease and simplicity. So just now begin meditating in this action of awakening inside, and allow God's loving to come in. Share your loving with God, and allow God's loving to come into you. It is an action of giving and receiving, and living into the river of loving. Be aware of that divine flow of loving within you. Just allow yourself to be filled to overflowing with this divine love. This is truly who you are. You are the living, loving essence of God. Allow yourself to truly experience that loving moving in you and through you. And as you begin to bring your focus back out into the conscious world, bring that loving with you. Let it fill every part of your physical consciousness. So that you can begin to live that loving in all that you do, in all that you feel, in all that you think, in all that you say. And begin to become more conscious and aware and as you're ready, you can open your eyes and we'll continue moving forward. All right.
You didn't see what was happening earlier, did you?
No.
You didn't hear Amma meowing when you were leading us into meditation?
No, I was kind of really slipping
I
up.
know.
I went right out. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. It was so funny. Some of you may have heard Kelsey's cat, Amma, meowing. She came out here wanting attention, and she was looking around. And Kate and Kelsey, you should have seen her. She was right here, and I thought there's all the chaos. I'm sitting here, people were watching instead of their eyes closed. I'm sitting here trying to hold in from bursting out laughing. Amma's over here. Kate tries to come and get her and pick her up. And she gets out of her hands and runs the other way. And so she had to go around all this equipment and the camera. She walked all the way around. Alma was sitting there watching. She went back under Kelsey's chair over there looking, waiting. So she was playing a game of hide and chase. And Kate had to go all the way back around, and Alma comes over here. And then Kelsey finally gets up, and she runs around again.
I missed the show.
Oh my God. And then I figured you were feeling the energy because you were stumbling over your words a little bit. And instead of anti-Hugh, you're anti-Hugh. Is that like the Antichrist or something? You know, the
so
Christ,
funny.
the Christ chants anti-Hugh and the Antichrist chants anti-Hugh, or
Yeah.
what's it?
It was so funny because it was like this waver in the energy as I was going in. And it's like, for some reason, I just slipped right out. I just said, okay, I'm going. I left. I missed the show. Had no
I've been
idea.
waiting 40 minutes to laugh out loud. I did get a little bit of centered meditation and all that. Oh my God. Which is perfect because I love it how Spirit works. It's like a setup.
Yeah.
Care if I go first?
Oh,
or
no,
do
that's
you want to?
fine. That's
It's like a
fine.
perfect setup because when I did get into that centered flow and just the door opened and I felt that grace move through, I was just like, wow, what a perfect setup of like the simplicity of life. And how really the spiritual pathway really is meant to be lived in a simple, ordinary way. And it's stuff like that, to me, that's the simplicity and the ordinariness. like a little kid. The cat was a little kid, and here's Mama and Grandma trying to chase it around to make it behave so it didn't distract from the class going on. It was you guys were probably getting frustrated, but I was cracking up big time. Oh my God, it was so funny. And it was great because in that laughter, as I went in my meditation, I felt myself move right into gratitude. It's like, yep, God, thank you. I am grateful for the simple things in life. And then all of a sudden I remembered, well, wait a minute, Thanksgiving here in the U.S. is coming up. What, in 11 days, I guess?
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, how appropriate. Grateful for the simple things in life. And we hear so much nowadays about learning how to be more loving and laughter and relax more, de-stress and all that. And everybody has their ideas of how to do that, like set down your phone, don't be on technology, but yet it's all these things. But I find really the greatest way is really just through the simplicity and ordinariness of day-to-day living and the laughter that is there. So today it's like, because I know in the past I've gotten frustrated over simple things, but today for whatever reason it was so humorous. And I find myself moving more and more over the last few months to a greater state of relaxation and openness rather than, I guess, concern or stress about life or getting things done or whatever. And it was just funny because this laughter like that just opened me up to that simple ordinariness and how many times we've talked about, and I've heard, from other teachers, how this is really meant to be an ordinary pathway. And that I know I did for many years, and I know a lot of people do, we tend to get serious or think living a spiritual life is very rigid and focused. Now, granted, we need to learn how to focus, to do the meditation, to handle certain things in life. But if we can do that in a way that at the same time has a level of relaxation, or another way of saying that is acceptance for what unfolds in life, like the simplicity of just before the class here and trying to have things be a certain way so it doesn't interrupt what we're doing. And but that's how it is, especially when people have kids or pets in their lives. That's just part of what comes with it. Kind of reminds me of if you've gone to church, you get in church and you're supposed to be really quiet and behave a certain way and put on your Sunday best and all that and hush hush quiet. And when it gets so tight, somebody eventually pops. Either just they start laughing or somebody farts out loud, and everybody cracks up or tries to hold it in. And here she comes, Alma's coming back out. Let's see if the game continues. So she loves it. She's going under Kelsey's chair right there. Hi, Alma. There she is. I don't know if people can hear her. Meow. Hi. You want to be on camera again today? So it was just great because it just helped bring me back to that simplicity and ordinariness that we talk about. And maybe we haven't in a while. We always do simplicity, but ordinariness is another way. And the gratitude. And it's funny because at first when I started literally just felt myself open up in gratitude for the laughter in all this funny cat hide and chase game. And I realized, oh, wait a minute, that's right, Thanksgiving's coming up. Then it made me think, and then there's, Christmas, Hanukkah, all the other stuff in the holidays, and we always have this preset how things are supposed to be, just like Thanksgiving's all about gratitude and Thanksgiving's. It's like, and sometimes it just doesn't work because it's like we're supposed to be that way. And if our life experience is not like, well, hello, you do want, don't you? And if our life experience is not that, at the moment, we try to force ourselves to be different than what's real. You're going to have to be better.
Come here.
She's not going to stop. She's like staring at Jim and talking to him until he pets her. funny. Oh, now you're looking at me. Come on, Emma. Oh, you're going to wait? Come on. Yeah. All right. Come on. Let's see if I can pick you up today. Let's see. Here she is. There you go. So there she is. Yep. No. You don't like being held, huh? Well, hello. Yeah. Yeah. Now everybody gets to see Alma again. This is the entertainment around here. So when you hear the meows, now you know the pretty kitty that's making those sounds. Hello. Oh. She got her little bit of attention. Now she's heading off.
Well, something that this all reminds me of is back when I was young and meditating, and things could happen around me, and I would get disturbed, and I just wanted the quiet to be with God, because my focus was really, I really desired, I needed God in my life more and more, and I didn't want to have to do the world by myself. I wanted God to do it with me. If I had to be here, I didn't want to be by myself. And I remember one day when I was meditating and I got out of body and was really traveling and having experience with teachers and stuff, that my brother had come home early and was trying to find me, and he knew I sat over between the houses some, and he came over and he was talking to me, trying to get me to come on inside, and then he started yelling at me, and I didn't know because I was really gone, and so he just went inside and ignored me after I came back in. He just ignored me because he thought I ignored him. And so finally Mom said, what's wrong? What's going on, Gene? What's wrong with you? And he said, I'm just mad at Jim. He just wouldn't acknowledge me. He just ignored me. And I said, when? I didn't do that. And he explained he had come out and he was yelling at me, trying to get my attention to come inside. And so it's funny. I just, when I go into focusing on God, I go to God. I go there. And I just got myself programmed that way to move on and not let things disturb me and get in my way with it. So that's funny. I guess it's really true. It happened again.
I love it. Because that's what I was actually going to lead into, was about distractions and how we can set those up through our own expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Like the holidays, like I was just saying, as we come up to them, if we don't allow ourselves to be true to what's going on in the moment, and we expect, that's why the holidays, especially Christmas, but I know a lot of that energy starts around Thanksgiving, really kind of after Halloween it kind of begins now, in that it's so easy to get distracted in a sense by the holidays because we're supposed to be happy, cheerful, and all these things. And it can be distracting, like you're saying, from the inner, whether it's another person, an animal, or whatever, and how to incorporate or let it be okay, but yet still maintain that inner focus and being true to ourselves.
That's so true.
We're almost doing the little conversation we talked about. Wouldn't it be nice if we did a class? Sometimes Jim and I have these, well, not coffee talks anymore. We used to call them coffee talks, so we don't do coffee much anymore, but have these conversations and literally our awarenesses and what we learned and all that. So who knows, maybe this is a little bit of that beginning.
Yeah, that's good.
Any more comments on that, or you want me to continue on, or
go
do you
ahead
want
and
to go with
continue.
something? I don't know if you're starting something.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I like it. But that's literally a lot how that goes. This is kind of fun today, just having the conversation like this. This is different than how we might normally do it. Because I know even for myself, I've gotten into, and I could feel this energy coming in even during the meditation, aside from all this other stuff, of where I know when we would give a class, whether it's online or in person, this part that feels like, okay, I'm on stage now, I need to perform, and that means there's a certain way to present oneself. And I could feel that energy coming in, and one of the things, like I just mentioned, I've been doing the last couple months is just relaxing more. And I really felt that way yesterday in our initiates meeting in the retreat, where I just was really a lot more relaxed. And I could feel that old energy coming in of wanting to be like, oh, okay, you got to be on now and perform, rather than just being ordinary and simple and yourself. And in that, at the same time, to be open to spirit in that flow of allowing God's grace in and through. And it was as simple as just, like you've always said, all we have to do is look in and up. And Spirit's always right there. And that's all I was doing in meditation. I just literally direct my attention upwards. We say looking in and up, but it's really a looking with our awareness or our attention, placing it in and up here where the soul resides. Whether we see it clairvoyantly or hear it or feel it or just know that there is the divine presence. And the meditation really is just to assist us in opening up to experience and live more in that flow of spirit and allow that river of loving, as we talk about, just to move through. And it's nice because I'm discovering more and more. I think Amma just likes to be in the energy. She's really here today, wanting to participate. And just being in that flow. And I realize too, a lot of times that people may approach spirit maybe from more of a psychic, wanting to find answers, how to live your physical life, how about your mental and emotional states, how do I become happier? And it can often be more, in a sense, self-centered and physicalized. And that often gets in the way, because really this pathway of sound and light that we share here at Inner Light Ministries really is about the spiritual action that is beyond all the physicality, the mental, emotional, all of our fantasies and things we pray for, whatever that is, to have our lives better. And that's one of the biggest messages I realize. I know we always work at trying to help people understand, and why ILM is very different than most, I don't want to just say pathways, because a lot of religions or other groups don't call themselves a pathway. But that's our approach, is really truly the higher spiritual. So when we open up in meditation, when we talk about guidance, it's really a spiritual guidance of being in that loving with God and what we can do to live that. Just like Jim was just sharing about really being so focused in being with God that literally even a person coming up and yelling at you didn't even distract you, because you were really in that greater transcendent state rather than physically present and aware. And that's really those deeper states we want to go to in our meditations, where our attention is undivided. But when we're here and expressing and being with one another and sharing and doing our day-to-day lives in that ordinariness, as I was saying, how can we live that? The day-to-day is what I'm trying to get at, in a way, to realize, because everybody who's been with us a while, you hear us use the word simplicity over and over. And that's what I was attempting to try to describe today, of just the ordinariness of life, that it doesn't really have to do with the physical circumstances. But yet, if we can just move into a place of relaxation and acceptance with the simplicity and ordinariness of how things unfold, it's a lot easier then to open up spiritually and live that divine presence of loving and who we truly are as a soul in that. Because in so doing, we're not setting ourselves up in a rigid way, as I was saying a few minutes ago, to try to be something or a predetermined behavior or what we think spirituality is. And that's the thing I find, and I know I did this for years, where I was much more serious and rigid, and in that I got depressed. And things were harder, because I never thought I was doing it right. I never thought I was doing enough. And that always worked against me. So I was always judging myself, and then I was afraid too. Like, God, if I don't get this right, I'm going to have to keep reincarnating, and I'm not going to get liberated and just go home and merge and be one with God. And these are very common things that we all go through. And even the presentation today, I'm attempting, I try to experiment and try different things to see what the results, to see what the experience is. So even today, kind of the conversation, I'm attempting to be in somewhat of a conversation, not only with you and a couple ladies here in the room, but everybody watching online, to have it more open and relaxed in that way, as hopefully an example of the simplicity. Because even while I'm talking and sharing, I'm just open. My attention is up here, so that I'm in that divine presence and feeling that loving and peace, and just being in that. And in that, holding that attention there, I can just, or as we say, living from the seat of the soul. But what is that really? That's living in the soul. The focus is at the seat of the soul, so that we can tune into our soul and really live more the truth of who we are. And we want to really learn how to do that moment to moment, so that it does become ordinary in our day-to-day living. And we learn by the practice of meditation, where we really set aside time and a place where we do this every day and learn how to focus without the outer distractions. And then over time, as we learn how to do that, you can bring it in the day-to-day. So as we've said over the years, to become a living meditation or a living prayer, so that our focus is always there and we're just open and in communion with God all the time, or as much as we can be. And then the spiritual guidance, as I was saying, instead of looking for physical guidance, to really spiritually, the guidance is to always move in loving. How do I keep moving in loving? How do I stay centered in loving? How do I focus and follow the loving? How do I be in the loving? And that's really the spiritual guidance. That's why we have shared things in such a simple way and call this a simple pathway, because we have broken it down to just meditation, practicing loving, accepting, and forgiving, and paying attention to and taking responsibility and learning through our thoughts and our feelings and our actions and reactions. And it's really not a whole lot. But if we really, in earnest, make an effort, that we will begin to experience more, and we will transform, sometimes rapidly, sometimes very slowly. I've learned it's really a matter of how much focus we give it, and we pay attention to that. And when we ask for guidance, to realize that maybe more of that guidance really is how to live more the spirit of who we are, not necessarily what do I need to do physically. See, a lot of times we will mislead ourselves when we ask for physical guidance. When God is with us all the time going, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here. All you need to do is open up and be in the loving with me. Rather than we're focused into the physical and we're trying to bring God into the physical, so that God is our genie in the bottle, so to speak, rather than, oh my God, let me let go of my focus in the world, or as we say in here, like a distraction. Because I could have looked at Amma meowing as a distraction, but I rather went into loving and acceptance and the joy of the simple things in life. And in that loving acceptance, it just relaxed. I didn't go into resistance. I didn't go into reaction. In that loving and acceptance, it allowed things just to be the way they are. And in that, I just could stay in my center and just live in that. And still looking inwards and upwards while all that's going on, enjoying the humor, the laughter, enjoying all that. And then when it settles down, I'm already in that flow, and so I just now take it deeper inside, so that no matter what, whether I'm deep inside, just solely focused with God, or if that's incorporating into the physical and the ordinariness in that way. And gratitude is another key. It is another tool that in that gratitude, because that is an aspect of spirit, that as we focus into that and allow that, that it does open a door in our consciousness to allow even the word grace and gratitude. To me, they go together. Whenever I think of grace, I think of gratitude. When I think of gratitude, I think of grace. It's like they seem to come from the same place. And that's what I literally experienced today, and just all that fun hide and chase game with the cat. And that joy then I took into the meditation, and it actually assisted me, because the laughter got me to lighten up and to take that in now, that joy and gratitude, and lift it up to share it with God inside of me. And it was that movement inside that really assisted me today in all of that, rather than, okay, I'm going to approach my meditation seriously. I got to focus. No distractions. It's a funny state, because in a way, that's what we want to do in meditation. But yet, if we go into meditation and go focus, no distractions, and we become rigid and hard and controlling, that's when it can work against us. And that's the balance we all have to play with, experiment with, to find for ourselves, where's that balance that I can hold a focus without being distracted by other things going on, and yet be relaxed at the same time and accepting of all things going on. And that just begins to happen over time. It's okay to be rigid at times, because sometimes we need that. People could call that boundaries, call it guideposts, call it what you will, call it discipline. That can be very helpful, and we need to practice that. But if we live that way all the time in our day-to-day life, it can be the cause of separation as well. And that's why we have to work with the loving, accepting, forgiving as well, so that we open up and allow all things to be in that movement of loving as they are, without a rigidity or predetermined expectation of how we think they should be. And that's what I really find a big key in this, is letting go of those expectations, no matter how we've predetermined them, whether we learned them growing up, whether we read them some way, whether they were inherent inside of us, of how we just think things should be. And I've always found that the most challenging, when I want things to be a certain way and they're not that way. That I'm just like a lot of people, I would get upset and go into reaction, because it wasn't the way I wanted it to be. So in my reaction, I was trying to change it, or moving into a state of hopelessness that I can't get what I want, therefore I'm not happy. And I know that's what a lot of us do in life, and that's a lot of the cause of our suffering even. That's why we spend so much time. If anything, maybe the holidays really, instead about cheer, should be more about forgiveness. That's where it really helps to spend time in forgiveness and working the LAF process, the loving, accepting, forgiving, like the LAF workbook that we have, that Kelsey and I developed. That it's very laid out simply, but if we really go through the process, it can really help us to move through a lot of these conditions that we've placed on ourselves and others in the world around us. So that as we can let go of those walls that have created this separation and allow room for the ordinariness of life and the simplicity of it in its movement just the way it is, that in that we relax and now can be back in a state of joyfulness, which is being in a state of grace. And isn't that really what we all want anyway? Isn't that how we want to live? Regardless of our physical circumstances, whether we're in the house we want to be in or not, whether we have the car we want or not, whether we have the relationships we want or not, the job we want or not, isn't it really that we want to be in a state of joy be happier, more relaxed with life, our life in particular? Isn't it hard to be happy for somebody else if we're not happy ourselves? If we're not, we often will go into envy or jealousy, the 7 deadly sins and all that stuff, or greed. Or we finally give up and then we don't even make an effort in life anymore, so we get depressed. It's everywhere. I mean, it's common around the world, to humanity, to probably other species. It's just there. But all we have to do is really look and start to acknowledge what really is there or here in our experience and other people's experience. And just begin to open up and move into acceptance of it. And in that, we're going to find really the greater joy and peace that we search and we think we have to figure out, that it's hidden from us, that we've got to discover it like a buried treasure and go on a treasure hunt. That's what a lot of it is, and I know it was for me in this, even the spiritual pathway and the journey home, trying to find God. Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all else shall be added unto you. Well, what do you want? Are you seeking God because you want all else to be added unto you, or are you really seeking God because you want God? And then all else that is added unto you, maybe it's just a byproduct of that seeking. But is it really just seeking, or is it that we've really got to now take the steps and walk that journey to God? And that's a big key that a lot of people may not realize. The meditation we teach here is what we call an active meditation or a spiritual exercise. It's a spiritual journey. That means we've got to go from here to there. That doesn't mean we sit here passively and ask and just expect to receive, but rather that we learn to focus and that we take action and move towards. And that's what we're doing when we're chanting the sacred name, or the hue or anahu, not the anti-hue. That is an active action of the soul, loving God and moving towards God. When we go inside and do that, we actually are moving our conscious awareness towards and into that spiritual essence that is God loving. And that's all we really need to do. That is the simplicity of the meditation of the spiritual pathway that we do here. Granted, it's not instant that we wake up and know that which is God, that it takes time. But in that journey, we begin to discover all these other aspects of life, of mental states, of emotional states, of our fantasies and imagination, and all the other things, both positive and negative. And we start to learn how to cope or to deal with these things. And if you've been paying attention here in ILM, it's as simple as learning how to love, accept, and forgive all things. But ultimately, doing that with ourselves. Kelsey gave a really nice presentation on Friday in the retreat about how that really works. And it really does come down to as simple as learning how to love, accept, and forgive just our fears and our judgments. And ultimately, really just forgiving, accepting, and loving ourselves for even creating or buying into those fears or judgments. Because that's what will release that, to assist us in returning back to the natural state that is simple and ordinary, that is the soul of who we are. And the soul by its nature is joyful, is peaceful. And that is what we're all really seeking. We simply believed or misled ourselves to think we're seeking some type of outer fulfillment in life, so we chase after all these things in life, not realizing the real truth that every single soul here is really just seeking that inner joy and peace and that loving, to feel in union and connection. Look at all the things we chase around here. We are trying to come into union, to feel a connection. That's why we want relationships, friendships. That's why we want the perfect job, the perfect environment. That's why we want a happy family. But we're chasing after that out here when we don't realize really what we're chasing after is that inner state of peace and joy and love. But ultimately, at some point, every single soul is going to begin to realize the fallacy of chasing after the outer and realize that we need to stop and just come back to ourselves and begin that inner search. If we're going to chase after, we're going to really learn to chase after God within ourselves. And we're going to literally be called to go within, to begin the inner search, the inner seeking after that joy, that peace, that loving. And eventually we'll learn that it is active, that if all we do is sit there and pray and ask and be passive, that, yeah, we experience some, but at some point we realize, oh my God, just like anything in life, I've got to be active to go do, to experience. We're going to learn the same thing in our inner practice of meditation, that we need to go do, to take action, to move into. That we have to move ourselves into that place of joy and peace and loving, rather than just asking or hoping or wishing that it comes to us, but that we begin to move towards it. And it's funny because it's just right here all the time. It's as simple as when we say go inside and come to the seat of your soul is right here. And like I said, the natural state of your soul is that loving and peace and joy. So all we've got to do is come into the soul. And it's right here. In truth, it's not a search or a seeking or a journey. But because we've forgotten, it's been so long, we're maybe so far outside of that because of we focus so long into the world, that it seems like a journey because it takes time to finally come back to ourselves and really begin to remember or wake up into, once again, who we truly are as the soul. It's funny to talk about it now because it's so intangible and subtle when we're focused into the world. It's more subtle than air. But when we really focus into meditation and pursue that God essence, it starts to become what I would call spiritually tangible, where we can literally experience it, whether through feeling or seeing or hearing or knowing. That's why when we go into meditation, we talk about, well, look for the white light, or the gold, or the purple, or the blue and pink. It's all frequencies of God's loving. But if we go in and actively look, it is that effort we make that begins to open doors within us, and in that pursuit, we will begin to discover it. Sooner or later, sometimes instantly. Other times we need to do it over and over and over time. 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, a year. Whatever that is, we just need to do that until we begin to discover and know that through our experience. But again, that's all that's required. It doesn't cost anything. It's just up to us to take the action steps, is all it is. That's why in the classes we share about it, we give the technique, the how-to, and we actually do it. That's why we start every class with the meditation. So that we can all actively pursue an experience as we gather here like this. Because we know we're practical in that way. We know a lot of people like to listen, but then may not do this if it's just on their own time. But if we're doing it together as a group, people will be more likely to participate. And in that, you can actually have your experience. And that's the key. And hopefully you'll take what you do here, experience here, learn here, into your day-to-day life so that you can have that experience on a daily basis. And then as you do that, allow yourself to go into greater experience so that it's not just, oh my God, that was wonderful. I felt that loving and grace and saw the purple light here. But that as you go into that more and more, you allow that to fully envelop you inside of yourself. And you go into such deep states like Jim was sharing earlier, where he couldn't even hear his brother, that he was so far in and now lifting out of the body and going into the spiritual kingdom, that our consciousness is just fully present and aware on those other realms spiritually rather than the physical realm or the mental or the emotional. That's where doing this day by day over time begins to not only transform us in our state of consciousness here, but that is truly the process of the soul awakening once again to the truth of who it is, and then knowing its source that we call God. And that's really the greater journey that we're doing here in ILM. And that we hold as a goal, as a focus, as a purpose, and an intention in everything we do and share, that everything, every technique, every tool, every teaching is assisting and guiding us into that greater experience of our oneness with God. That's what it all boils down to. That's what it's all about. And if that's not why you're here in ILM yourself, that's fine. We just like to be clear with what we're doing. And if that's not what you really want while you're here, then maybe this isn't really for you. Or maybe this is the thing you've been looking for all along that you never found anywhere else. But that's for you to really discover and know for yourself. We're not here to tell you or anybody. That's for you to know. We're here just sharing our experience and what we're doing, our mission, so to speak, our purpose, our service, to share our experience, but in so doing, to give guidance for those who really are seeking after that experience to wake up and know their oneness with God. It's funny because it really is a simple, ordinary process and journey for everybody. The mind is just made up. All of these superstitions and rituals and beliefs around the truth of what spirituality is, who we are as a soul, what God really is, and all of God's assistants and servants. That's why the key always is that you'll hear us all the time and hear share, is to do the meditation, have your experience, so you wake up and know the reality of spirit in the spiritual realms, not as a belief, not as an idea, not as a faith or a religion or anything other than a living, true experience. And that's really what we want for everybody, and what we will always encourage and hold as a goal or opportunity, depending on how you look at it. So every time we share, we do a class like this, we'll always address different things along the journey, different aspects that oftentimes may sound so simple and elementary, but yet if we just blow it off because it sounds so simple, well, maybe we're missing out. Sometimes we need to let go and come back to basics, come back to the simplicity, and really go into the very basic, simple actions that we share here, and this pathway has always shared, and to go deep into it to discover what's really there. Because in truth, these are doorways into that greater fullness of God. That's what it's about. And we need to make it about that. If we keep making it about other things or just wanting to know who we are, well, that's fine. But there really is so much more. Or at the very least, to know who we are in truth as one with God. That's the greater knowing that hopefully we will all desire and take the actions at some point so that we have that experience. And so as we move forward, we'll just keep moving into that and expanding. It's really interesting because this morning in my own meditation, I listened to one of our talks on the website. It was back in October of 2014, so 6 years ago. And it's so funny because that talk, even right at this time of the year, October, November, was so similar to what's just occurred recently. It's almost like there's seasons. If you go back over the years and listen to our talks, you might begin to see certain themes of the season through the different months or parts of the year. And I enjoyed that. This particular talk was titled Crossroads. And I found that interesting, and it drew me to it because the last couple of weeks, well, we've been at a crossroads as a nation. I've been at a personal crossroads with the passing of my own father just a week ago. And in that, we find ourselves faced with new opportunities, new choices, to look at our past, to see if there's things we want to continue doing, or maybe now it's time to let those things go, let those things pass. So maybe we have fulfilled and experienced what we needed to, and maybe it's time now to make different choices, to do something different, to choose something new. A new life, literally, just like a soul that passes from this realm. Well, now they've really made a big choice in the crossroads of now truly living in a much greater way. But we can even do that for ourselves here while we're still in this body. Look to see if this is a time where you find yourself at a crossroads. And if there's new choices or other choices you want to begin to make for yourself now. And truly is a time not only of thanksgiving and holiday cheer, but truly is a time of forgiveness and letting go. To be able to create the space to allow the thanksgiving and the holiday cheer into your consciousness to become an ordinary living reality for yourself, to live in that experience, rather than thinking you need to handle or do all these things and you approach it seriously because you think that's the responsible thing, but maybe you can begin to find a way to handle things and be responsible, but maybe in a more ordinary and light way, a more joyful and accepting way. a way of not taking life so seriously, thinking, oh my God, I'll get it right, and if I don't, what are the consequences? Maybe it's time to let go of what we grew up with or believed as consequences, meaning negative or punishment. And maybe it's time to realize everything, no matter if we call it a mistake, an error, or anything, is really just an opportunity of learning. But we have to approach it that way for it to really serve us and to be an opportunity of learning, rather than a judgment and a fear of punishment or a negative consequence, even if that negative consequence is just guilt or shame or embarrassment that we do to ourselves or others try to do to us. But that we even look at that and accept that as a state of how the world operates and how people operate when they're living in that. But we can make a different choice and begin to live really more the spiritual nature of who we are as the soul that is loving, that is accepting, that is forgiving, that is joyful, that is peaceful, that is grateful. But it is a choice. But also in the choice, it doesn't just happen. We have to actively now follow through and pursue and do those action steps so that we really now begin to live, so we experience that choice we're making. And that is where the meditation comes in as that way by which to do so. So pursue that. Be active. And then discover the consequences that come with that. In other words, I'm trying to redefine consequences now as joy and peace and loving and accepting and forgiving, rather than punishment and shame and guilt. Consequences aren't positive or negative, but yet we've been conditioned to think a certain way. So why not recondition ourselves? Why not retrain, re-educate ourselves? Why not wash our brains clean of all the negative thinking and not even do positive thinking, but really now start to live more spiritually in the truth of our being, and let that be our reality of how we really live life going forward. All right.
Okay. Well, the one thing I would like to get across today is just how simple this pathway truly is. And simplicity means really everything to me. I've always tried to find the simple way. Not that anybody ever told me about that. I just wanted the simple way. And as a child of 5, 6, 7 years old, I wanted to find God. Above all things, I needed God in my life. And I wanted to find God. And at the time, because of the religious backgrounds that were around me with all the different Christian sects and all the different teachings about God and the way to God, I thought God dwelled outside of me at first. And so I was ever looking for where God is. God in the world, God outside of myself. Where is God? And I remember going to church, and I went to a Baptist church. My parents never went to church, so I did not have that opportunity to be raised in a family that was religious at all. So I would just impose myself on my neighbors as they would go to church and ask them if I could go along with them. And so after a while, it would be known that I was available and ready to go with anybody that offered. And so often I would get asked to go to the Baptist church, to the Catholic church, to the Presbyterian church, to the Methodist church. And actually, a couple of neighbors down the street were Jewish, and they invited me to the synagogue, which surprised me because they didn't go on Sunday. And that kind of threw off my fun day, if you will, on the weekend. But it was very interesting to look and see about all these different beliefs. And they all are similar, but yet they all differ in some ways. And I remember sitting in one church, I don't know where I was at the time, wondering about, because they felt that God was in the church when they were doing their service. And I kept looking around, trying to see if I could see God or feel God, or, how do they know that this is God? And we were just in a process of the minister talking and reading from the Bible and sharing everything with the people. And he said, which surprised me, he said, "Are you aware of God's presence right now? Do you know that God is truly present here with all of us? And it's for us to live in that presence. And in that presence, miracles can happen. And in that presence, lives can change. And this is where we find God's presence, is in this church." And so it was so real and so believable. I truly tried to believe into it. I looked around and watched people, but nothing seemed to be moving or happening within myself that gave me the sense that this was really God's presence. But I always knew since an early age where I could find God. But I did not ever get a confirmation in the world about it until one day when I was at a Catholic church. And all of a sudden we all stood up and began to say the Lord's Prayer. And as everybody began saying it, "Our Father which art in heaven," all of a sudden I saw this burst of light come up from the body up to the top of the head, and everybody, almost everybody, that was present there, that was focused on saying this prayer. And the light just kind of exploded for a moment, and then it held itself there for a moment longer, and then it descended back into the body. And I went, "Oh my God, that's God's presence." I knew that light. I had seen it on the inner, and I knew that light. And I knew that light inside of myself. I would see it, and I would feel it when I would begin to call God's presence in. And all of a sudden I realized, probably about the age of 7, that here is where God dwells. I didn't know that it was the seat of the soul at the time, but I did know that this is where God dwells in me and in everyone. And that I didn't need to go to churches to find God's dwelling. I just needed to focus here and be where God dwells within me. And so that's what I really began to do at the age of 7, is holding my focus in that way. And I have found God ever present there when I would just look up, when I would call upon God, when I sensed I needed God in my life. And it's just that easy. That's why we ask you to begin all the meditations either in class with us or on your own, by closing your eyes and going inside, and then focusing that energy of awareness inward and upward to the seat of the soul, up to that place where God dwells within you. Truly, this is the temple. This is the church. This is the religious place, the spiritual place, and God dwells within it. You are sacred because that which dwells within you and that you are is God. That soul light, that soul presence, that is God dwelling in you. You do not have to go anywhere to be with God, to find God, to experience God. God is ever within yourself, and all you have to do is truly give it attention, give it awareness, and give it opportunity to present itself to you. That's all I do every day. I sit and I chant and I look and I listen and I wait for God to come present. And sometimes God is just right there. I mean, I don't have to do anything but just close my eyes and go inside, and there is God. And other times I have my mind chattering away, my emotions disturbed and trying to resolve something, the world pulling upon me for attention, for need, for want. And I don't get there so quick. I can begin to hold my focus inward and upward. I can begin to call forward myself into God's presence within myself. But with all those other distractions, I find it more challenging sometimes. And that's kind of what I talk about when I say, and what stands between you and God right now that doesn't allow you to experience God, that doesn't allow you to see God, to know God, to be in God. And it's these things that stand between us. And sometimes they're very simple little things, but they get in the way of our experience at a spiritual level because they keep us focused down and out. The action is inward and upward. We pull our attention away from the world and bring it inside of ourselves. And then we bring it upward. And that inner movement is calling forward all of our physical self, all of our imaginational self, all of our emotional self, all of our mental self, all of our unconscious self, calling it in and centering within our consciousness. And then we draw all that up here to the seat of the soul. So now we can begin to live in the greater truth of who we are. We are not our mind or our body or our emotions. That is not us. That is us living in the world through those parts of ourselves. Well, excuse me. That is us living in the body consciousness and living in the world and being splintered by all of that. And that's where we get lost in the truth of who we are in reality. We are simple. We are soul. We are the living, loving essence of God. That is who we are. We are not mind. We are not emotion. We are not imagination. And we are not this body. And many of you know that. Just through your daily life experience. You know that there's something beyond all of this that is you. That is you longing for something other than all of this. Many of you experienced it as a child. Almost all of us, I'm sure, did. You came into this world, and as you were growing up, you really didn't feel like you fit here. You belonged here. You felt like you didn't want to be here. You didn't feel like you belonged in your family. And so you began to look to where do you belong? What is it that you belong in? Where do you fit? And you maybe began to cry out to God, why? Why did you put me here? Why have you abandoned me? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this world. I don't want to be in this family. I don't want to do all this. I just want to be back with you. And that happens at a very early age for many of us. 4, 5, 6 years old, just about the time I began to really wake up to God. And for a while, that stays with us, and we long, long, long to go home where we came from, to go home and not be abandoned here in this creation. But after a while, we get accustomed to the creation, we get accustomed to the things that this world is made of and how it works, and we get caught up in it. The turmoils of our emotions, the confusions of our mind, the wants through our imagination, and the body and its needs and wants and desires. And we kind of live a splintered life. And we don't know who we really are, because am I my mind? Am I emotion? Am I what? What am I? My body wants to go and do this. My emotions want to go and do this. My mind is telling me all of this. And I don't know what's true. And I'm sharing this because I saw what I went through as I was growing up. And I know that this is why I began to look for God at a very early age. And fortunately, I found God at a very early age. And I woke up at 5 years old knowing God. And that sparked my desire to search greater, to live in God all the time if I could. And so at 7 years old, when I realized that this is where God dwells, God doesn't dwell in a church or in a tabernacle or in anything other outside. It dwells within. And all we have to do is sit down, close our eyes, and we close our eyes just to disconnect from the outer. Our eyes are ever focused on the outer when they're open, and we're ever distracted and caught up in all the things that are going on in the outer world. And that's fine. That's how the soul experiences through this body, in this body, and gains insight, clarity, and understanding. A lot is through the sight, a lot is through the emotion, a lot is through the thoughts. But I found that closing my eyes and just going inside, sometimes in a prayerful state, sometimes in a meditative state, really begins to help me connect into the truth of who I am, really. And I know I am that divine spark, that light that I saw that day come up inside of everybody and come up here to the top of the head. And it just was radiant for a moment, and then it dropped back down. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. This is where God dwells. This is the heaven that we are looking to find. And if we can truly give focus to just that and let go of all the other distractions, we will find God. We will find our heaven. We will find that peace, that joy, that loving that we long for so much. And it takes time, and it takes effort, and it takes attention. You have to give full attention in your life to things in order to find how they work, what they mean, how to live it. That's in the outer as well as in the inner. And I found early on that I really had to give full attention in this action of waking up to God. And that's all it is. It's just a process of waking up. At first, the light of God and the presence of God in you may seem distant and foreign and not knowable in a way. But if you continue to hold your focus daily in prayer and meditation on God and awakening to God, you're going to wake up and you're going to begin to see that light. You're going to begin to hear God's still small voice. You're going to begin to feel God's loving presence coming to you, in you, moving, enlightening you, awakening you, bringing things into balance and healing. When we ask you in your meditations to pay attention and see if you see a blue or a purple light that just comes and sort of dances in front of you in your meditation, that's the beginning of awakening to God, the God in you. That blue light is the beginning of awakening to your own soul self. It's often called the Christ self. And the purple is the light of the grace of the Holy Spirit that is ever present with that Christ self, with that soul self that is you. God's presence is ever right there with you in all that you're going through. And it assists you in all situations, even if you're not aware of it. And it does what it can to bring in clarity and understanding and to assist you in learning the lessons you need to learn in this creation to move forward. And it is ever a reminder, this purple light, this action of the grace of the Holy Spirit present with you, it's ever there to remind you that God truly loves you and cares about you and will do all that God can do to assist you through this world. And then you see the white light, that white light of your own soul. God spoke and the light came forward. He said, "Let there be light." And the first light in this creation was your soul. And that's the light you see when you're in meditation. That first light of God that is your soul. And the gold is the accumulation of the wisdoms that you have accumulated in your consciousness' soul over eons of times, of all the experiences you've had, not in just this physical creation, but in all of creation, into the realms of spirit and soul, as well as in the physical. And for many of us, there's a lot of wisdom there. There's a lot of experience that we've gone through and we've gained insight. But the biggest challenge in this is that when we incarnate into these bodies, we forget. We go through that veil of unconsciousness, the veil of forgetfulness. And we forget who we truly are as a soul, as a spiritual being. And we forget the wisdom that resides in that presence of soul. And we come down here and get caught up in the mind, the emotions, the imaginations, and this body. And we kind of lose sight of who we really are. And what we really know, and what we have experienced throughout the eons of time. And it's like we start all over again. And it's not that much fun to start all over again in the next journey of life, the next experience in this creation. It's more challenging than rewarding at times. But when you meditate and you go inside and you connect into the soul of who you are, you have a greater depth, a greater wisdom, a greater insight, a greater knowing, because it all resides there. There you know who you truly are. There you know through your experiences so much more than this body and this mind and emotions could ever know. There, the wisdom of eternity resides within you. And it's for us to wake up. Wake up and know that truth. Wake up to God within you. Wake up to the light of your own soul. Wake up to the experiences and the wisdoms that dwell there. And begin to live more of the fullness of that rather than the limitations that this one body offers you. It says in the Bible, seek God first and all else shall be given unto you. And I know that to be true. I know that so well. At 6, 7, 8 years old and on up, I knew things that most people around me did not know. I saw things that most people did not see. And I understood situations in life that most people never really ever understood. They only complained about, griped about, fought against, whatever. I learned about loving, accepting, and forgiving very early. And I learned about it through the Lord's Prayer once again. In there, you ask to be forgiven as you forgive others. And there's the key to a lot of this action of soul awakening and soul liberation. To be forgiving. And in that, you are forgiven. Be forgiving with yourself and being forgiving with others. And be forgiving with God. We hold a lot of things against God. Why do I have this job? Why do I have this partner in my life? Why do I have these children? Why do I have this health? Why do I have this life situation? Why do I have to live here? Why did you put me in this? Why can't you make it better? Now, some of you will say, I never say that. That's not my truth. And I hope that that's really true. But pay attention when you're driving down the road tomorrow. Pay attention when somebody pulls in front of you very quickly or honks at you from the rear because you're going too slow or flips you off as they drive by you. And pay attention to what it is you do with any of that energy. Do you cuss at them? Do you flip them off? What do you do? Maybe you blame yourself. I'm not a good driver. I should drive faster. I've got to learn how to go faster. Keep up with all these people. All of that energy is judgments. Judgments that you're placing on others, but also on yourself. Whenever you judge someone else, you have judged yourself. You have placed judgment on yourself. Whoa, if that's true, a lot of us are in trouble. Because a lot of us live in judgment all the time. We walk down the street and you look at somebody and you go, wow, why would they ever dress that way? That's an awful color. That's a judgment that you're placing out there. And that judgment does come back upon you. And it really serves as a judgment against yourself. I learned so early on that a lot of the action of forgiveness is forgiving of you, yourself, for your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your reactions. And all of that really can stand between you and God. And I don't want anything to stand between me and God. I do not. It hurts. It hurts too much. the littlest dark spot that causes separation between me and God and me, it hurts. And I do not want to be in that kind of pain of separation. Have you ever felt the pain of separation from God? I have. And I've also found a way to remove all that so that there is no separation. There is just the oneness. There is just God's loving you and you loving God. And yeah, I will get mad at somebody when they pull in front of me. And I will be upset if somebody flips me off. But I immediately go into forgiveness in that moment. I forgive myself for getting mad at them and maybe cussing out them. I forgive myself for getting upset that somebody flipped me off or cussed at me, whatever it might be. I forgive myself first, and then I forgive them for the action that caused me to go into reaction. And boy, that forgiveness, I don't even have to feel the forgiveness. I just say it. And you say it, you put the energy into motion, and that energy transforms things. Just put it into motion, put it into action, and it will transform whatever it is you're working on at that moment. And I can literally feel that separation with God washing away, dissolving, gone. And there's God. There's God's loving. There's God's light. There's God's wisdom. And it's just that easy. And yet, it's just that hard because you have to do it. You have to do what you have to do to create the opening with God. You have to do what you have to do to keep that separation from developing and blocking your relationship with God. It's up to you, nobody else. On my spiritual journey, I went to many different churches. Before I was born, my mother was told not to baptize me in a dream. She heard it 3 different times. So she figured on the 3rd one, she'd better pay attention. So rather than having me baptized, they just let me be. And that's why I went to all these different churches, because in a sense I was looking for the church that was for me, because I thought that's what I needed at the time. And the one thing I really liked was the ritual in the Catholic Church. The ritual and the prayer in the Catholic Church, I would see God's presence lifting up in people. I would see them go and kneel before Mary or Jesus and light candles. And I would see God's presence come up, their desire, their want, their loving of God and of Jesus and Mary would rise up in them. And I would go, oh my God, there's a devotion here. There's a truth, a movement here that was very real. And for that reason, I decided to become a Catholic. And at 15 years old, I announced to my mother, who has been born Jewish, but was later raised as a Baptist, and my father, who was raised as a Methodist, that I was going to be baptized a Catholic. Whoa, what joy in the household. What a shock. They didn't know why or how, and they didn't really know what to do with it at first. But as we sat there and we talked about it, the why of it, the how of it, I said, does it matter if I'm finding God there, does it matter what church I go to, what place I'm baptized in? Isn't this all a presence of loving God, a following after a teaching that seems to work for you? And my parents had to say yes. And eventually it was fine. So I became a Catholic. And all my life, I had always wanted to be a minister. I wanted to be in service to God. And I knew from everything I saw in the world around me in the 1950s that being a minister was being of service to God. So I thought I was going to be a minister. And I'll tell you a funny little story. I knew this at the age of 5 as well. And people would often ask me what I was going to be doing when I grew up. Well, I had heard a minister say that he was in service to God. He didn't say I'm a minister of God. He said I'm in service to God. And so I would just say to people, I'm going to be in the service, thinking that they understood what that meant to God, not the world. And so one day somebody asked me that, and I said, I'm going to be in the service. And the man who asked me that said, oh, what branch? And I said, what branch? And I thought he meant what religion. And I said, I don't know yet. I haven't made up my mind. And he said, oh, well, I was in the Air Force, and it was wonderful. I think you'd really like the Air Force. And I thought, wait a minute. I was very confused at the age of 6 or so with that kind of a question and in that answer. And I went, wait, I'm not going to be in the military. And I looked at him and he said, why are you saying that? I'm going to be in service. And he says, yeah, in service means in the military. And I thought, oh my God, I've got to join the military, the Army? And that really upset me. And I went to my parents that night and talked to them about it, and they kind of explained to me how I got that misconception of what I was saying. And I got straight very quickly to say I'm going to be a minister and not in service, because I did not want to go into the military in any way, shape, or form. And in San Antonio, we had 5 military bases all around us. We were surrounded by the military. And everybody there really lived or served the military in some way. So I made it very clear I was going to be a minister. So at the age of 15, 16, 17 years old, I began to look and see, well, if I'm Catholic, then that means I'm going to be a priest. And so we were about 2 miles away from a seminary. It was the Oblates. And I walked over one day after school, which fortunately was literally 2 blocks away from my school, my junior high. And I went inside, looked around, went into the chapel, sat down, and I was just talking with God like I love to do all the time. And this man came up and asked me what I was doing there. And I said, is it all right if I'm here? I just kind of walked in and felt like this is what I wanted to be doing. He says, oh, no, you're welcomed here. I just was wondering why you were here. And I said, well, I'm thinking about maybe becoming a minister, or I guess a priest. And he says, well, this is the place to come and talk then. And so we went back to his office and sat down and talked. And he invited me to come every weekend for a while and just to visit. And I did that for 2.5 years. And then one day, as I was graduating from high school, he said, well, are you thinking about coming here now to do seminary work, to study and become a priest? And I said, well, I'm considering it. And so we talked all about that. And then he asked me, what is your spiritual experience? What is your spiritual life like? How do you know God? How are you coming to know God? So I thought, oh, perfect. Nobody has ever asked me this question before. So I began to tell him about what all happened for me at the age of 5 and 6 and 8 and 12 and 15, and all the experiences I've had inwardly, all my awarenesses. And he looked at me with a strange expression, and he said, that is truly wonderful. If you're having these kind of experiences, I can see why you're here. But I have to tell you something right now. What we're going to be teaching you and what we're going to be asking you to do is to teach and preach the dogma of a church, of a religious life, not about an inner life like you're describing. What you're describing is true, and it's real, and it's rich, and it's very meaningful and powerful. And it's really what everybody is longing for, and how you found it, I don't know. But it's not what you're going to be able to be when you're a priest. You have to get up and talk and teach the dogma, and not about personal inner experience. And you're not here to help people to have personal inner experience. You're going to be a priest helping them to live the laws of the church. And so I really would say reconsider if you want to be a priest or not, because you may find it more painful than rewarding with what you're describing and what you're wanting to do. And I walked out of there just mind blown, because I thought I had a course set. I thought I was going to be coming out of the high school and going to seminary. And I had to begin to look and see, what am I going to do with my life? If I'm not going to be a priest, if I'm not going to be a minister, then what am I going to be? I graduated from high school, and 2 weeks later, I began my first real job in life. My parents never made me go out and go to work, never go and do a job. They felt like whatever it was I was doing was very meaningful and purposeful for me, and they just let me do what I did with God in my life and my actions of service, which I was doing from the age of 12 or 13 in different ways, and that they honored that. So I began doing my work in the world, my career, my making money. And then one day in my inner experience, God said, now you're going to minister to people. Now you're going to be of service to God. And I thought, well, how am I going to do that? And I began just what I'm doing now, sharing with people about where God dwells within us, who we are as soul, and how to wake up and to know that to be true. And I began that at age 18. And here I am right now at 71, and I'm still doing it. I'm being of service to God. I'm still doing it. And I'll continue doing it as long as I can in this body. And my body at this age, I've got a few more limitations than I ever had before. I get tired easier. But God is right there. God is ever leading the way. God is ever calling me forward into my service, into my ministry, and that's what I'll continue doing. And I would like for you to find God and have God live in your life and you live in God's life that same way as I have. I want you to find that fulfillment. We have laid out just a few simple things to do every day. Yeah, I know it takes time. Oh my God, I know it takes time. You would not believe how much time every day I gave to God as a child, in my teens. I missed so much of the teenage life because I was focused on God. But I don't think I missed a thing. I really don't. I think I have a very, very rich life because of it. Yeah, there's things I can't really talk about because I don't understand them, having to do with the teenage life. But I don't think I missed a thing. And what I want for you is to look and see what it is we share and do these things. Meditate. Love, accept, and forgive. Take responsibility for your thoughts and your feelings, your actions and your reactions. And see if your life doesn't begin to transform, to change. And see if you don't begin to wake up and know that essence of God that lives in you and you in God. And know the fulfillment of a spiritual life. It's subtle, it's simple, and yet it takes effort on your part. So I invite you to begin, if you haven't already done so, to walk this journey. And a lot of you have already started and have been walking this journey for many, many years. And I have witnessed, and you have witnessed, a lot of changes in your life. Good changes, wonderful changes. And you have lived into a simpler way of living your life. And I think many of you are finding that spiritual fulfillment as I found for myself. Take the first step if you haven't. Do the meditation and see if you don't begin to know for yourself where God dwells within you. We're here to support you in that action. Know that we're here to support you in that. And all the things that we have said and shared over the years are up on the internet, on our website. There's a lot of insight, a lot of wisdom, a lot of things that will bring clarity to you, that maybe a lot of the questions you've been asking will be answered right there in all those talks, in the 3 books that we've written. And maybe you read them years ago. Reread them again. I think I rewrote them inside the book. It's changed, and you're going to find other things there for you that maybe you missed on the first read. Oftentimes people will go, I listened to a tape 3 years ago, and I just listened to it again, and somehow it changed. I heard things in there that I've never heard before. And I actually had a Presbyterian minister who loves our book, Love and Loving. And he told me he had just read it again after so many years of not reading it. And he said, oh my God, you've rewritten it somehow, because it explains something that I've often asked about inside myself but couldn't understand. And somehow I missed it if it was there before, but I got it this time. And I said, well, maybe you might want to read it again, because I bet there's yet another underlying story to unfold for you. So I could go on and on and on, but I'm going to bring this to a close. I think I've said enough for today. And I just thank you for listening and letting me ramble on a little bit maybe. And I just wish that you come into the knowing of God the way I have and can live in that loving moment all the time. It's a wonderful place to be. Thank you. All right.
No. Okay. Let's see. It's almost 3:25, so we'll take about a 40-minute break. So we'll reconvene here about 5 after 4 our time and continue the rest of the afternoon with the Q&A. So hope you've enjoyed the talks, and we'll see you back here shortly. And again, as a reminder, if you have a question you'd like to write in, just send it to info@ilm.org, and when we take the break, that information and the email address will be put up on the screen, and you can respond or write from there. And we'll see you back in 40 minutes. And for those of you that may not be coming back, have a happy Thanksgiving if you're here in the U.S. And we'll see you in the next class in December. Otherwise, we'll see the rest of you back here in about 40 minutes.
Well, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break. Brian's got his mouth full right now, so I'm talking. We had a nice little break and nice conversation, so that was nice. I liked that.
Yeah, Jim's talk put us all to sleep. So we just thought we'd have him talk the next 2 hours and we could get a nice nap and get it all on the inner levels.
It can happen.
I know.
If people fall asleep and when we're talking, I don't get upset at all because they're just going out of body and going somewhere else to get the information that I know. So, some people, when they're giving talks and somebody falls asleep, they almost stop and say, "Hello, wake up," kind of thing. But I'm just fine with that.
And
You ready for Q&A?
Yep, all set.
are
Okay.
you?
I am now.
All right.
Now,
There's a lot of subjects coming in. Meow, meow, meow. Meow.
Well, should we get Amma here to answer the questions? Then?
Yeah,
No.
really. She'll be here soon enough.
Okay, this one's gonna definitely stretch my reading abilities, but very sweet. Okay. Bonjour, Mademoiselle Kelsey. I miss you. Bonjour, Monsieur Jim and Brian. My name is Emmeline. I am 7 years old and I am in the first grade.
Wow.
I spend a lot of time with my tante, aunt. When I am at her house and it's bedtime, I listen to Jim and Brian's talks with her. When I am at home and I get bored, I chant Anai Hugh by myself. My mom's boyfriend has COVID-19 and we are in quarantine. I want to say a prayer to everyone who has COVID-19 and to tell you please be healthy. I also pray one day to pet a real bunny rabbit. I want to meet you in my dreams.
Wow.
And that has a question mark. So that's a question.
Okay.
Well, that's very really possible.
Love, Emmeline, from Emmeline's mother. I am so grateful for this experience my daughter is sharing with her aunt. Is there something additional in ILM that is geared towards children of her age? Thank you, Rachel. That brought me to tears.
Yeah. I wish that we had a children's program, but I really have never gotten anything from Spirit as far as what to present for children. All I can say is that when I started with just focusing on God and spending time with God every day. And I did it through prayer. I call it talking to God. I just talked to God on a regular basis every day, and often many times a day, but I told God what was going on inside of me, my upsetness, my joy, my wants. I would just tell God everything. And I didn't expect God to give me everything or to do everything for me, but I just talked about what was going on for me. And oftentimes I would get insight or understanding, clarity, how to handle things in a childlike way, in a simple way. And that's where I came up with all the forgiveness, loving, and acceptance. It started at that early age. So I would just say to share with her the simple teachings that we have, about LAF and about taking responsibility for your thoughts and your feelings, your actions and reactions, and about prayer and meditation and talking to God, and really spend time with that every day, however that might be. I did a lot of journaling as well. I mean, a lot of journaling, because I would get insights and understanding and clarity in my prayer time. All of a sudden, this awareness, this understanding would just roll through me, and I would just write it down. And it's good to write these awarenesses down, because you'll lose them if you don't ground it in some way. And so by writing it down in a journal, I was able to maintain it, and I could go back and reread it and pull it up again for myself, and it really made a big difference. So it's just simple little actions like that that can make a big difference, whether we're a child or an adult. And actually, I think the child has a better chance of having greater inner experience and getting to know God in a simpler way than the adult, because they don't have all the stuff the adults have in the way. So I hope that helps, and please ask any other questions. And I would say you will see us in your dreams. If you start doing what we're sharing with people, you'll see us in your dreams and in your experiences. And I wouldn't be surprised if you don't begin to have real, true spiritual experiences, not just dreams, because of your desire, your want. And if you have the focus and the intention, I think that you'll be very surprised.
Yeah, we had a couple other girls your age.
Well, that's right.
That one of them's an initiate now.
Yeah.
So she's really doing the meditation. She's in her 20s now. And
she'd do the same thing. She would chant and all with her mom. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So keep doing what you're doing, listening to the talks. Definitely keep doing the Anahu. That's a big one. I have a goddaughter that when she was 4 years old, when I visited, her parents would let me put her to bed, and she would do her prayers, and then we would chant the Anahu together, which is really nice. And I do want to say that the Laugh workbook that Kelsey and I made, you can download it right off of our website. That we wrote it in such a way that just about any age group, if you know how to read and write, even in the simplest ways, you can do that. That Laugh workbook, not only is there some guided questions in there, but one of the areas we have called Statements of Truth is a wonderful way you can write down really nice stuff. We call, another way to look at it is affirmations, but it's statements of truth or acknowledging, like you are a child of God, you are the light of joy, and statements like that. And we have space you can doodle, like write pictures and draw and color. And we did that on purpose so that literally the child within the adults or children themselves. So our Laugh workbook actually is something that can be utilized by 7, 6, even 5-year-olds and older. It really speaks to the child within everybody. And just like Jim was saying, at the end of the workbook, we have journaling pages. So you can actually journal in it too. So the Laugh workbook is everything. It's a workbook, it's a doodle book, it's a meditation journal. So there's a lot you can do with it. Or if you want, I'm looking at one of Kelsey's journals she's got sitting here. It's a very girly, pretty journal. Have fun. Get a little. Can I show the cover of your journal, Kelsey? Have fun with. Get something that you really like. This is one of many of Kelsey's. You see how pretty all the colors and the flowers are. It's just fun because he's. That the imagery is very important. The creative imagination is important. Here's another one of Kelsey's. Look at this. It looks like a ballerina, and she's got a dress of hearts and flowers. And look at all of Kelsey's Post-it notes in there marking things. So have fun. Just go to any bookstore or wherever, even in, I guess, pharmacies and stuff where they do groceries and stuff. A lot of them, thank you, have a lot of journals. You can get little ones, big ones. I mean, there's all kinds if you want to get creative and colorful, as well as, like I said, our Laugh Workbook. And if you write back Kelsey afterwards, if you're open to it, we haven't really released it yet in ILM, but Kelsey years ago made a little LAF children's book. At some point, we're going to put that on our new website, so probably in a few months we might have that out there, but we might be able to forward the digital file or of what you have.
Yeah, I actually had someone else ask me about it about 2 weeks ago. I haven't gotten back to that person in an email, so I will send a digital copy of it.
Yeah.
Because I'm out of hard copies
Come
right
here.
now. But yeah, I can send a digital copy that you can read on your tablet, or you can print it out if you want and make your own little book. And Emmeline could get a bunny rabbit journal.
There you go. For real. And Amma is back out here if you heard her meowing, and I was reaching down to pet her when she walked by. So that's kind of fun, all the childlike nature today. So really, we do have, even though we don't have, as Jim said, specifically programs for children, we do have some materials that would definitely be workable in that way. And the main thing I would say with Jim is have fun, get a journal, and use that. That's one of the best things, even drawing pictures and all.
I did.
And definitely writing down your prayers and doing the main thing is doing the Anahu, no matter what age you are, to do the Anahu, to do the meditation.
And
every day if you can.
Write down your awarenesses. Write down the thoughts that come in. Write them down. You'll be surprised some of the insight, the wisdom, the clarity of understanding that you will get as you make yourself vulnerable and available to receive God's wisdom. So this will be fun. I'm curious. I'd love to hear more about what happens.
And Emmeline, everything we're actually sharing with you actually applies to adults too.
Yeah.
Literally. All of us as adults, we all have a little child within us that it's wonderful to do things like this. In fact, in past retreats we've actually done exercises like that, like doing pictures and coloring and stuff like that.
Yeah, one of the things I did early on is I would write my prayers out every day. I'd just write simple prayers. You know, God, give me insight. God, give me wisdom. God, bring to me healing. God, this and that and the other. And in writing them out, it just makes them more solid and real and present in your life. And then after a while, I was actually writing my insights that came from having written those down. I would be able to say, I've had this experience. I know what this is. And it's quite interesting how writing it out like that can make a big difference in how you also end up receiving. It makes you very vulnerable.
So hopefully that helps.
And I would love to pet a rabbit too.
Oops, sorry. I missed one. I have seen the purple light. Oh, sorry. The topic is, or the subject is light, color, and meditation. I have seen the purple light and the white light in my meditation. I have never seen the blue, pink, or golden light. Do I need to ask to see those lights I am not seeing, or will they eventually appear?
No, you can ask, but the main thing is just to really just be in the loving with God, and however it shows up is really the greatest way to do it, so that you stay open and don't try to control or direct it. There's no need to have to see any of these others, and really, to be honest with you, if you're going to see any colored lights, the main ones we would want anybody to see is really the white and the purple. because those are really the higher frequencies and the greater action of initiation in the sacred name of this path, the sound and light. The other lights, the golden light, is, as you heard Jim sharing earlier today, the wisdom of the soul that just comes inherently as we live life in our experience and what we learn out of that. Is the blue and the pink lights are the feminine and masculine colors that deal with the soul, as you heard Jim sharing earlier, the Christ consciousness. If you think about even like when babies are born in this world, if it's a boy, they'll do the blue color, and if it's a girl, they'll do the pink. Well, that's for a very specific reason, and that really is because there is those energies or the feminine, masculine aspects of that soul consciousness in this world, in the physical dimension, that when we have that, those are the colors that often it'll show up as we're doing the LAF process and things like that. So if that shows up, then just be aware of what that is. But it's not something you need to ask to show up or need to really look for. It'll just come present in your awareness if that is something that you're working through, or that frequency of the Holy Spirit is assisting you into coming into the greater knowing of yourself as the soul, is often when you'll see those colors in that way.
That's fine.
Question. Dear Jim and Brian, I have always been confused by the scripture, "Blessed are those who fear the Lord." Over the past week, in my work, research, reading, and church, several versions of that theme came up from both scriptures and Psalms. Blessed is the man who fears the Lord. The woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Blessed are they who fear the Lord and walk in his ways. Fear the Lord, you saints of the Lord, for those who fear him lack nothing. And then there are more. Can you tell me what this fear means and why several of these scriptures and Psalms would have come to me all at once? Thank you.
You have to look and realize that this world is based on fear. This creation of the physical is based on fear. And fear is one of the major components that motivates, drives, pushes the world in its actions. And so fear is a big component of one's life. And it's a misunderstanding of a spiritual life that the church is putting across in those statements, and that the prophets and teachers put across in misunderstanding. It isn't fear. We don't fear God at all. We love God. God is loving, and God just wants to be in loving with us. God does not need your fear to control you, to make you bow down, or whatever it would be. God just wants your loving. So when you read scriptures like that and hear teachings like that, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misdirection of energy and purpose, and don't go there. Don't even try to understand, because that really is not true. It does not make sense, and it doesn't relate to a spiritual path at all. God is not something to be feared. It's not a fearful God. It is a loving God. Even David in the Psalms said, "Fear not, for the Lord is with thee." And that, I would say, is a more pertinent statement, a statement by which to live by, than living any other way. Fear not, for the Lord is with thee is a much better way than to fear the Lord. Be very afraid. Be afraid.
Meow. Had one of my trying to get home dreams this morning, only this time I was carrying my cat. When I got to Homeland Security, the lady took my kitty and put it on the X-ray machine conveyor belt. which was going so fast that Kitty went flying across the room. After I catch Kitty, the dream fades with me trying to get Kitty to stay in one of those trays. 1. Can I bring Kitty home? Second question. How does one get him to stay in the tray? 3. Why would God X-ray a cat?
Oh, I can answer 3 really easily. God is not the Homeland Security.
Also, I had the realization the other day that even though I was born a Gemini on June 1st, I'm really more of a Jim and I.
Very cute.
So those are his questions. Can I bring Kitty home? How does one get him to stay in the tray? And why would God X-ray a cat?
Put a dish of food in the tray,
Yeah.
and you yourself cannot take your pet home to God. They are already in God just like you are in God, but they have their experiences as a being in the world to have just like we do. And they're a part of evolution just as we are. And so the consciousness of an animal does evolve. When it's a cat, a dog, a horse, a cow, whatever, it is a part of a group consciousness, and it has experience of the group. And so it's a consciousness focused in a very different way. There is no I present in their consciousness. There isn't really a me present in their consciousness. It's just that we experience. But there's a moment in time when an animal begins to experience beyond that group consciousness, and they become self-identified. They become self-aware. And then they know all of a sudden that I'm seeing myself in the mirror, and that is not me that's walking towards me. Where before a cow would just say, this is a part of me. And it's hard to explain it other than that, but a group consciousness is very, very different. And it's part of the evolution that we all have gone through the mineral kingdom, through the plant kingdom, through the animal kingdom, and into humankind. And so once they begin to become self-aware, they begin a different part of the journey, and that is they begin to develop self-awareness. And you may have seen that maybe in your own cat, that they are more aware of you individually and of themselves individually. There's more of a self-awareness in events and experiences. And it's not just the cat doing a cat. And so if you see that, then that's telling you that they are becoming self-aware. And oftentimes initiates, animals, are doing just that. They are drawn to be with an initiate because the initiate is on a journey of self-awareness beyond just the self and the physical. They're on a self-awareness journey into the soul. And that's what they're longing for. So they are drawn to people, maybe even before the people get initiated, but they're drawn to them because they sense that this person is on a self-aware goal, a direction. And so they're going to be drawn to you, and they will become self-aware in your presence. It's not something you do, it's just something that happens. And if you're meditating, that really enhances it for them because they can sit in the energy of it and really gain for themselves certain aspects of self-awareness, not necessarily what you're gaining, but they are gaining for themselves what they need in that moment. Now, eventually, in the evolution of that consciousness, when they leave that physical form, they will then begin a different part of the journey, not go back into another group consciousness, such as dolphins or the ape or whatever. They leave all that behind, the group consciousness, and they begin to move towards greater individualization. And then they go into the realms of spirit, if you will, in the physical realms, and they begin the next part of their journey, which is to go into classes, if you will, and begin to learn about self-awareness, what it is, how it works, what to do with that, what it's like to be in a physical form that has self-awareness, and how do I begin to identify I and them, me and you, and it just goes on. It's a beautiful process that what they go through. And once they then have gone through that and learned what they needed to learn, then they're given a physical form, whether it be on this planet or another planet, to begin their process of physicalization as an individual being. So they are on a journey just as you are, and your initiation and your meditations are enhancing it for them and helping them to move quicker than they would otherwise. And it's quite a wonderful thing to witness an animal becoming self-aware and participating in that within themselves and within the world. There was one time when I was living in Hawaii, I would walk 5 miles a day from our home into Yeakey and back. And I'd go out early in the morning and people were out running and riding bikes and walking dogs. And this woman and I got to know each other pretty well because she was walking one way as I was walking the other, and we'd meet and talk for a few minutes and then go on. And it was a lot of fun to have that as part of my outing for the day. But the one thing that was better than ever, and she never really was aware of it, but her dog was self-aware. And it was looking and paying attention to what self-awareness was and how it worked. And we would stand there, and I would stop and talk to her to watch the dog, not her. I hate to say it that way, but not her. I would watch the dog, and the dog would just follow the conversations back and forth, back and forth. And once in a while, if a runner came by and said hi, the dog looked and would kind of yelp, like saying hi. And it was coming into its own. And it was quite remarkable. And one day I was watching the dog do that, and she said, "Oh, you're noticing that. I don't know why she does that all the time, but she just watches everybody's conversation." And I didn't say anything to her because I didn't think she would understand, but I did know what was going on. And it's wonderful to witness that in animals. So you're not going to be able to take them home as you go home, but you are assisting them in that journey. And because of being with an initiate, it will speed up their evolution in the physical form as an individual and get them into an initiate pathway much quicker than just an animal that becomes self-aware out there on their own. Does that answer everything?
Why would a god x-ray a cat?
Make sure he made it right, I guess. I have no idea.
Well, it doesn't sound like the cat did get x-rayed. It sounds like trying to get it in the trade to be able to get x-rayed. But what a lot of that, right?
No, there was
Because the cat flew.
My kitty so the lady took my kitty and put it on the x-ray machine conveyor belt, which was going so fast that the kitty went flying across the room. So
anyway.
yeah.
But I would say, just to answer all those questions together, to me that's kind of letting you know that you can't bring your cat with you. Jim already answered it really. It's called, at some point you have to let go of that attachment to the animal nature and understand that cat, the animal nature, has its own journey just like you do. And to get liberated, this is really an individual journey where you going like in the airport to an airplane is about your soul now. traveling back, and the cat's not necessarily one that can go with you on that journey. So that's where I would answer that, because if there's problems the cat couldn't quite get through and all these issues were happening, to me that's kind of symbolically letting you know that it's not necessarily meant to be. And just realize that everything you are doing, like Jim just shared, is assisting the cat in its own journey. But you also have your journey. And that doesn't mean you got to let go of your cat right now or get rid of it. That's not at all what we're saying. Spiritually, this has nothing to do with the physical. It's spiritually. It's the soul going on its journey. And to me, that's what this was really about.
Yeah.
So.
Hello. I did my first ILM meditation the other day and would love to know the significance of a few visuals I can recall. 2 white pillars with gold stars emerged and the face of Christ, like a gold icon. It was atop the 2 pillars. A bit later, my mom slapped my face from side to side a few times, then lifted a gold broom and started hitting me around my head with the handle side of it. The broom then dissolved into gold shards and descended into the pit of my stomach and started sweeping out black remnants, sending them up and out through my head. Then the Statue of Liberty appeared, and a black, heavy cannonball emerged from her feet and rose up and through her head and exploded into long golden shards. These then formed into a gold-spiked crown, which then morphed into big and dazzling golden deer antlers, like those of a buck on the top of the Statue of Liberty. Thank you so very much.
Well, the pillars represent the polarity of the world. The masculine, the feminine, the positive, the negative. This whole creation, physical, emotional, mental, and so on, is polar in its nature. And that polarity is what creates the separation down here. It's not one, it's separate, it's 2. So the poles that you saw, the columns, represent the world of polarity. And then the image of the Christ above them, I don't remember the whole thing now, but the image of the Christ above them is letting you know that above that world of polarity is where you become aware of your own soul, of the Christ that you are, of the spiritual being, the oneness. And so it's demonstrating to you and letting you know at an unconscious level the symbols that represent the polarity and the oneness, and that this is the journey that you're on. So is there one more thing I think in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I would summarize though, because there are several things. To me, a lot of the description is really the transformation of the darkness to the light.
Yeah.
So when I hear things, whether it's a cannonball or any kind of darkness that's being lifted up, to me that's the transformation. And then even the symbology of your mother hitting you, that is telling me that part of your karmas have been whatever that is that you've seen as abuse from your mother towards you. And whether it's that or anything or the cannonball, all of that to me is now you've taken that in through loving and acceptance and forgiveness to transmute the energy of the fear, the darkness, all that, and transmuting it to the gold like that is turning it into spirit. So it's dissolving the karma. The shards are now becoming what you could call the wisdom of your experience by loving those situations so that the karmas get free. And the symbology is all there. Whether it's the columns and the Christ figure, the Statue of Liberty, that's obviously symbolic of liberation, the Christ consciousness, all the stuff you described, the crown, all of these are symbolic of what we're actually doing on this pathway about the soul's liberation and getting liberated from the karmas of the world, which could be represented through the darkness, the abuse, the suffering, no matter how it comes forward. Because there's a lot of detail, but all the detail that you shared, this person shared here in this, to me, a lot of it says the same thing, just in different symbols and in different ways. So what I just said to me would really summarize each of those experiences, and each one represented something maybe different in your consciousness, like your mother in one and something else in another one, but to me they were all still the same process of that transformation or transmutation and moving really into freedom and liberation of that. And the crown, the antlers, all that to me is like the crowning glory. In other words, when you really are able to love, accept, and forgive, that's how you transmute the darkness into light, and it leads to the liberation of the soul from all of its attachments and fears that it's been caught up in this world. So if anything, I was going to say also, since you mentioned that you were really just more beginning this is a nice way often how Spirit will work with somebody, is that in the beginning you're being shown really the symbology and the actions that this pathway is about. So that right up front, you really know now from your own experience what we're doing here, just through your own inner experience. And that's what we want for everybody. We don't want you to just take our words at face value. We want you to truly have, your own experience. And so that your experiences there are very rich in the symbology of really what this pathway is about.
No,
so that's really nice to have. That's definitely one to keep in a journal and look at the symbology of that to remind you as you keep walking this journey.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful broadcast today. This morning during my meditation, I went into 4 different experiences, 3 during the day and 1 at night. Why so many different experiences at one time? Also, someone who is well known to me was in 2 of the experiences, but I could feel a really dark energy coming from them. Is this because it was who I think it was? The Lord of this realm? Much loving to you all.
Well,
Go ahead.
part of it is that when we have inner experience with other people, they're often symbolic of a part of ourselves that we're learning lessons about. So if there's darkness coming from somebody in that way, it is often just where your karmas are, your lessons. And it's really to do the same process we always talk about, is to really practice LAF. I always like to say, ask it to reveal the lesson that is there for you, and always to give it all up to God so it's transmuted and transformed. And not to make it about the other person, even if the other person actually is that way, and even if that is what they're doing, that's there in your life, outwardly and inwardly, to support you in learning the lessons. That way you don't make it about other people and then use that against them or yourself, because that's not how spirituality truly works. I can't remember what the other stuff was all of a sudden. Do you have something you want to share? I forgot now what the other part was. I had more to say, but I just went blank.
Well, the 4 experiences
There we go.
that you had, it's interesting because we deal with the physical 3. Oh, I thought it was 4 experiences. Okay, so there's 3.
Oh, 4 different.
Yeah, 4
Yeah.
different
4 different,
experiences.
3 during the day, 1 at night. I
Yeah,
apologize.
Okay. So the 4 different experiences to me in a daytime like that would relate to the physical, the emotion, the imaginational, the emotional, and the mental. Those are the 4 conscious realms that we can experience in our body consciousness and in the outer world. And so having 4 different experiences, I would bet if you looked at them, they would relate to different components of your life. 1 physical, 1 mental, 1 emotional, 1 imaginational, or the makeup of some of that together, and would begin to help you to unravel or see more clearly how you're doing your life, how the life is doing you, or how you could do it differently. I'm not sure.
And to me, when a lot comes forward at one time, it's often what one could call a quickening, or a time
Yeah.
that a karmic lesson is coming forward so that you become very aware of it. And in that awareness, you really learn the lesson so you can get it complete. So it's not in your unconscious, but now a lot is coming forward all at once so that you can become conscious of it and learn it to fulfill it. And if you were part of the retreat the last few days, that energy can also stir a lot too and bring forward a lot. Retreats do that, or even just a class like today, the consciousness starts to move to participate in this. And even though it looks like we're just talking and sharing, there's really a spiritual action going on in our time together, sharing and talking and doing this. And so even just a day event like this can really move a lot of energy for people, and definitely even more so when we have retreats and multi-day events and all. But even just in life in general, when there's a real karmic lesson coming up to really be learned and fulfilled, then there's often what could be called that quickening, where there's just a lot in a short period of time, is often how these things will work as well.
Class question.
What question?
Class?
Oh.
Why does my tongue tingle? Over the last year, I often get a sensation of tingling or vibration in my tongue when I meditate, or throughout the day it comes and goes. I've had things checked like vitamins and mineral deficiencies, etc., and nothing physical showed up. Just something that I assumed was maybe related to the etheric based on what you share. But I've become quite curious as it's hung around for so long. Also, I just feel I have embraced it and accepted it, but was wondering if there was anything I should be doing with this sensation. Thanks for your assistance.
I really don't know. I would say that it may be something that needs to unfold in your consciousness and understanding. I would pay attention, and when you get that tingling sensation, see if there's an awareness, or see if there's an energy movement of some kind, such as a dream that means something to you. Write it down, whatever comes forward, and see if you can begin to unravel what this experience is about, because I really have no idea on that one.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I don't either. I could surmise a couple things, and maybe you could just take a look, as Jim was saying, in doing that. But we can also look symbolically, like the tongue can represent one, just taste, whether it's how we taste things, and in general, like when it comes in meditation, like the flavor of the manna from heaven, or that movement of loving, the divine nectar. Or if it's representing something of the physical, is how you see life, or in this case, taste. Is it bitter? Is it sweet? And so literally a tingling in the tongue could be calling forward something to pay attention to, that the tongue can symbolize, as well as your speech. And, the tongue, without the tongue, there's not the speech. So I would say to also look at your expression of what you say, and realize the power of words based upon the power that you put into them. So it could be calling your attention
Very much.
to really, your vocal expression in that way is just another one. And sometimes it's just energy moving. I know years ago when I did some more free-form movement, kind of like a Tai Chi and yoga, when I studied a little bit of that, I know they've done different exercises where they'd have you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth, and that was supposed to be like a physical or metaphysical connection of trying to connect the lower physical with the upper spiritual. So the tongue, in other words, was looked at as a bridge to move that energy freely between the higher centers and the lower centers. And so there literally could be that type of a thing like in yogic practices where they use the tongue in that way to bridge. Because I know there's a meditation, I can't remember what it's called or the actual yoga technique, but they would literally have you hold your tongue on the roof of your mouth when you did the meditation technique. So there's multiple things that are possible here. And without knowing more details, it's, and Spirit's not really bringing anything forward specifically at the moment. So I would say it's just something to take a look at and see if there's anything there for you to discover, if you want to, or not. It's really what you want to do with it. I wouldn't make too much out of it, though, because one of the key things we always want to remind people on the path to sound and light that we're doing here, it has nothing to do with the body. It's not a yogic practice. It's not any of that. It's not even a mental emotional practice, even though you hear us talk about all these things. What we're doing there is assisting people to understand how they can really work with the LAF and work with your mental, emotional, and physical states. But really what we're doing here in ILM is all about the freedom and liberation of the soul. And that begins here, above all the body stuff. It begins here, the seat of the soul, where we focus into the soul. And then the soul's journey from the very top of the physical realm now through the other realms. So we're not really focused on all the different like yoga and metaphysical things that go on with the chi energy of the body. And the tongue like that is really dealing more with the chi energy of the body. So that's not an area we really go into. But since it's going on for you, that obviously is just something in passing right now, whether that passing is over many years or over a short period of time. So that's my experience with those types of things.
I really loved the interaction today during the sharings, like the little talk. So fun and brought me much joy to witness that action. Also much love to Amma and the joy she brought into the class today. Thanks, Brian, for sharing all that. I needed the laugh and that freedom and lack of rigidity for myself today. So beautiful. Much love and gratitude to all that continue to make these broadcasts possible.
Amen. For real. Thank you. That's just a nice acknowledgement. We all need that here and there. That's why
nice.
I just give myself freedom to express those things, because I know I need it in my life and I know other people do, and sometimes we just need to see somebody else doing it to really give ourselves permission and to know it's okay, and really just to pay attention to see what it does inside of us. And learn from that and utilize whatever we experience to support ourselves at any time. So, and that's a real nice acknowledgement, because I always, and that's why you hear us think a lot, it's a lot of work. I mean, right now it looks like it's simple. We're sitting here and, talking with you through the camera and the internet, but behind the scenes, if you realized all the work that goes on and the three people that it takes on the back end to handle all the technology, and I sit here and look at all the equipment and the wires everywhere, it's just like it really is an amen. And so that acknowledgement's really appreciated for the team here that handles a lot of that. So this is all possible for everybody, including us. It gives us the opportunity to participate with everybody, which is really wonderful. We need it too.
Hi, Jim and Brian. Thank you so much for the great meditation and talk, and thanks, Kelsey, for all your hard work. Right before the meditation started today, I heard about a murder that impacted the family of my long-lost best friend. During the meditation, I did see images of violence. There have been times before in meditation where I have seen violence instead of rising just into the peace. And I guess it's an aspect of this world that I have trouble understanding. Earlier in the week, I had a meditation in which I was in a room and Jim was behind a white screen. I kept trying to get to the screen. I would also appreciate any insight on that. The theme for the day for me seems to be about judgments. I have found a person I am dating to be very judgmental about me and others in his life On a range of things, I often find the judgments trivial, such as my mispronouncing a word or holding my fork wrong, other things that are more about my body or being. He even played clips from Pollyanna for me because I'm apparently too happy for no good reason, and play the glad game. In hearing the talk today, I realized that I am also judging him harshly for judging me. My worst thoughts about him are about his judgments. Sometimes, like the other night when he was upset that I forgot that World War II ended in 1945, I could laugh at it because it just seemed absurd. Other times I go into reaction, withdraw, or judge him. I am wondering how to stop judging someone for being judgmental. I realize I can't change him. There are other aspects to the relationship that are positive and keep me in for it now, and eventually I may leave. But until I do, I don't want to judge him or go into reaction. Thanks so much for any insight. Much loving.
Well, on a practical level, even though this isn't really spiritually based necessarily, but in a way it helps to open energy. One of the things I do, well, two things. One, when there's somebody like that, I either just won't participate with them because there's no point in it. It's just a battle. The other thing I do when I am closer with somebody and I do want to try to help the relationship be better is that I will sometimes just play with whatever the judgment is and take it on and receive it and basically say, yep, that's me, and just embellish it. Like years ago, I had a family member, an extended family member, tell me I was a bad son. I mean, really, right at a dinner table years ago, that I was a bad son because I wasn't, doing all the things a son was supposed to do according to her upbringing and all with that. But in so doing, I just took it on. I said, yep, I'm a bad son. In other words, there was no argument, there was no defense, there's no reaction. I just took it on, and even though I played with it inside of myself and I actually giggled and had fun with it, it was really my way of moving into acceptance. And in so doing, it allowed the space for the other person to express whatever their beliefs were and their reaction and how they felt. But because I didn't put up any defense or walls or try to push it back or resist, it just kept on going. And just like that, that was the end of it. Because I didn't do anything with it. And not having resistance, the energy had nowhere to go. And that's the quickest way I found to transform a lot of energies when people put them on us through judgments like that, is just to take it on. I always tell people, yep, everything's my fault. It's always my fault. And I just take it on. But when I say I take it on, I do it in such a way that I just move into loving acceptance so that I don't actually take on the judgment or the negativity that somebody may be putting out. I just accept and acknowledge what they're expressing in the moment and let it just keep going in a place of neutrality. So it has no effect on me. It actually serves them because they're able to release and move that energy that obviously they're in disturbance with. And it gives them an opportunity to actually release it because I'm not in reaction and judging them back. It takes work to do this, what I'm talking about. It's not easy to do this, but it's very similar to what Jim was sharing today, like in driving, if somebody cuts you off or honks at you, or what do you do with that? It's very, very much the same kind of thing, but even harder when it's somebody you're close to and you're not just passing by in a car. But it gives you more opportunity to really practice things like what I'm talking about. And obviously the LAF work we talk about all the time, the LAF workbook, all of that is so important to do with these types of things, because anything we go into reaction with is literally bringing up in our consciousness those areas where we're shut down, we're in judgment, we're in fear, that's a separation in our consciousness that does not allow the loving to move freely through us. And that's where the LAF is so important, to be able to let that energy move freely. And the other way I described it is just kind of an outer form of communication or participation that I've learned how to do with people, that is like an outer reflection of what I'm doing inside with the LAF. And it's more fun. Actually, you literally just find ways to have fun, because sooner or later you realize, just like I think the person said that it seemed like trivial, some of the things, sooner or later you realize all of it's trivial. All the judgments people make are trivial. They're like opinions. What do they matter? Because all they do is cause separation and disturbance. And if what we really want is loving and union, then we have to really find a way so that those things don't matter. And that's the inner work that is there before all of us to really take the opportunity and work with. And it is an experiment. Experiment with things. Sometimes I will, if I don't take it on, I've been in other conversation when there's this one person that was always so negative about the state of the world and all the world affairs. And they came in one day just ranting and raving. And I just went into it with them. I said, yeah, it's just terrible. It's so horrible what's going on in the world, and it's going to go to hell and blah, blah, blah. And I put all this energy into it. And the person just stopped, and they were in shock because they'd never seen me do that. And then we both burst out laughing. Because sooner or later you realize how silly it is and what good does it do. So I just experiment. Find ways. You've got to try different ways. But if you keep taking it personal, because in truth it's not personal. In truth, it is the other person projecting on their mirror of their life all of what's running in them, the good and the bad. So if you realize that's what everybody's doing, sooner or later you'll see it's not personal about you, but it's the other person letting you know what's going on inside of them. And if you understand that's them letting you know what's going on inside of them, even though they may be making it about you, you'll begin to find a different way to relate with them and communicate with them, where you don't take it on as it's about you, but rather that it is really about them and where they're living and what's going on in them. And then in that different place of perception, it's a lot easier then to begin to do these other things I'm talking about, so that way now you turn it into an opportunity of service to actually assist somebody to let go and move through whatever the disturbances are that they may be expressing in any given moment. And that's all I've done is over the years is just found ways by experimenting how to do that, to be of service with people. And sometimes you've got to directly confront it and have an in-your-face argument. Done a lot of that too. You got to try all kinds of different things, because some things will work in this moment but not in another moment. And the only way you'll know is just by trying different things. The main thing is not to avoid it, but find a way to work with it. That's the biggest key, I'd say. And what was the first couple sentences? There was something else I forgot in the beginning.
I had a meditation in which I was in a room with Jim, and he was behind a white screen. I kept trying to get to the screen.
Yeah, so to me the white screen is representing spirit. So there's Jim behind spirit, and the screen is the filter. We all look through certain filters, and so to me that's saying that you're seeing through the filter of spirit, and that's where Jim is in spirit. And that's the radiant form assisting you spiritually to walk through whatever it is you need to walk through to move into spirit yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you'd add?
Well, you have to look. We're teachers and students to everyone. And so he's in your life to learn from you, and you're in his life to learn from him. And so I think that there's a process of giving and receiving, sharing, that can take place here, where both of you can learn a lot about yourselves, about self-judgment and judgment of others, and begin to maybe develop a deeper relationship or a friendship based on this oneness of understanding. and how to work this differently. And if you can't do that with them, then look and see, well, what is this lesson for me? What can I learn from them? Do I do judgment of others like this? Do I put pressure on other people? Do I put pressure on myself? Do I judge myself harshly? And begin to see how you can transform that action and reaction inside yourself to be one of peace and loving and caring and accepting people just as they are. That's a big key here. Make it about yourself, not about him, and learn from what he is sharing with you about yourself. And I think as you learn that and resolve that inside yourself, it might even help him unconsciously respond in a different way. I've seen that happen.
That definitely happens.
Yeah.
Last night I had a dream. I had a baby, non-gender specific. When she was like 1 year old, she decided to take off. I could not convince her otherwise. There were 3 downhill roads she could take. The area looked somewhat similar to where I grew up. Anyway, I was completely hysterical because I had no idea where she had gone and had no idea how I would ever find her again. She was entering an area like New York City. I called upon the 2 of you to help me. Everything was rather dark and confused. Anyway, I was incredibly upset about the whole thing, but somehow she was magically found by my friend Betsy, who lives in New York City, who I named after the baby after. But I was super appreciative of your intention to help me find her. At the same time this was going on, I found a stray puppy. I could not let the puppy take the chance of being run over, so I caught it and started asking around who it might belong to. And a kind man came and took responsibility for the puppy and said they would find its home. I saw the house that he lived in, though I had never seen it before. It looked familiar. Thank you.
Well, I think that, if anything, it's saying that there's a part of you that is now on a journey of learning about itself, and that is about yourself. There's a part of you that you're going to discover, you're going to learn about, that is going to have to go into the world, so to speak, more to experience this part of you and learn from it and grow and let it go. So don't be surprised if you find yourself being drawn into the world in some aspect or another, in friendship or business or whatever. And if so, then find to look at it and see what is there for you to learn. What is there that's going to be helpful in your growth? What is there that is going to serve you? And even though it's going to be maybe strange or challenging at times, it's going to be really all for the best in how you grow and become a greater spiritual being. That's how I would interpret it. And also it's saying sometimes we really have to let go and let life continue without us controlling or trying to protect things. So there may be another part in there as well about that. And do you have something?
I mean, ultimately, in all that as well, I heard that it's all taken care of. You're taken care of, the child's taken care of, the stray is taken care of. There was care taken in all of that. And to me, that's very significant then to let you know that you've got the assistance and the support, whether it's a best friend or the radiant form of the spiritual teachers or even a stranger that was there helping the stray, that they're all there with good intentions and really supporting and helping to take care of all the things that were going on. And I think that's really nice that you can take solace in that, that no matter what unfolds, you see all the support and care there in your life, no matter how afraid you might get or concerned or anything that happens. That's an
Yeah.
underlying foundation, I'd say, I heard throughout the whole thing.
Service to God. By doing our meditation and chanting the names of God, are we being of service to God?
Yes.
By chanting the
Well, she's
things
got
of-
more she's going to
Oh,
read,
okay.
but I was just interjecting while she's...
My chooses path at 16 was to be a nun and serve God. After time in the convent, I realized that was not my way of doing service. This path from the moment I attended ILM some 20 plus years ago has always felt like a fit for me, and I have felt my way of serving God. Not at all as a child what I had envisioned as my way of serving God. Loving to all.
And amen. I can say that for myself.
Yeah, so maybe that applied today, your story,
Yeah.
sharing about that with the seminary.
Yeah, I wondered why that came up. That was interesting.
So if I understood correctly, this person was a nun for a while?
Was studying to be a nun. She was in a convent.
Awesome. Well, I'm sorry, I could say a lot, but you're really more qualified because of your experience of going through.
Well, when
All of that and the
we're on this
service that we
spiritual
do.
path, this pathway is a threefold pathway: meditation, study, and service. And I found for myself that word service means a lot of different things to different people. For me, the service is what I'm doing here. It's all for free. We don't charge for this. We do it out of loving and caring and service to God. God asked us to share in this way, and that's what we're doing. And you're finding your service and doing that as well.
And it's come out of meditation as well.
Yeah. So it's exciting when we begin to hear how other people are discovering this for themselves. There was something else she asked first, though.
This is a meditation of service to God. Right?
Is the meditation and chanting the sacred name of service, is that us
Yes,
serving
that is
God?
a service to God, because it's serving God in you to get liberated. God, the God that is you, the soul that is you, is now ready to be liberated. And you, the being in the physical as well as the spiritual, has to do the work to get this part of the divine spark liberated to go home to God and not have to return back into the physical creation. So every time you chant the name of God, you are serving God. You're doing the service with God, for God, and liberating God to go home to itself.
And the more you do that, not only that first service really is to your soul and God, but in so doing, you actually then, the more you really live into the fullness of this, then through that meditation, the grace, the loving of God can move through you and really touch to those around you. And it just does that automatically. You literally don't even need to do any physical actions. The grace of God will move through you to other people, family members, those you're in regular contact with, those you have no idea, complete strangers. Because the more you can get liberated and live in that beingness of God, the more that beingness of God will just permeate everything you do. And that itself will then serve that God essence that is in all of creation. That's how it works for everybody. The more we live our God essence, automatically it serves the God essence in all of creation, no matter where it's at, in any realm, in any place, in any way, with anything.
And I can share a story real quick about that. When I was working at the hardware and paint store before I turned it into an art gallery and frame shop, I had a woman come in
That was
one
your
day.
church at the time where you used to do your
Yeah, that's where I
ministerial
did my
services?
ministerial, like communion and everything. Yeah. And this woman walked in one day and she apologized. She says, "I'm not here to buy anything, but I need some empty boxes. I'm having to move all of a sudden very quickly, and I'm running around town trying to find boxes, and it seems like everybody's out of boxes." And I said, "Well, wait, let me go see if the dumpster's not been emptied. I'll have boxes for you." Well, I went and I looked, and it was empty. They had already picked it up. So I looked around, and I couldn't really find but a couple. And then I thought, nobody needs these boxes for these big paint cans. So I just emptied the paint out of the cans out of the boxes and took her 6, 7 boxes, big ones, to pack with. And we loaded them in her back seat and in her trunk, and she thanked me and she left. And it was just very quick and nothing special. And gosh, 8, 10 years later, I was walking somewhere in a store, and this woman came up to me and she said, "Do you work at a paint store?" And I said, "I used to." And she said, "Oh my God, you changed my life." She said, "I came in asking for some empty boxes, and you took a while, but you've brought all these empty boxes up. And you put them in the car. You didn't say much. You just put them in the car and wished me well, and off I went." But she said, "There was something in your attitude, something in you that changed my life. I have been living a different life from that day on. And I don't know why. I don't know what happened. But thank you for whatever that was about. Thank you so very much." And so that's where sometimes the littlest thing, without any thought to it at all, is the greatest of service. And it can change people's lives.
Is there more grace available to the entire humanity during these days of turbulence and chaos? Or are more of us looking for the truth during these challenging times? This seems like a special time to me, although I can't really say why. Mahalo to the 3 of you for this exceptional, grace-filled weekend and for all the service you provide. In loving.
I'd say yes to both. But I would say there is a lot of change going on in the world. I've talked about change through change and not through destruction for a long, long time. And I've seen it pop up here and there at attempts to bring about change through change. But this whole thing with the virus and everything that's going on is really bringing about change through change in a way that I don't think it could have happened any other way. Our lives are changing. Our attitudes are changing. How we look at life, how we value life, how we approach life is changing, all because of a virus. And we're learning how to take care of ourselves in ways we never thought we would have to do. And we're having to make choices for ourselves that are sometimes difficult choices, but we're having to make them. And we're having to face situations that we would not want to have to face normally, but we're having to face them. And so I think that this time is a real life-changing time through change through change. And I don't know what the outcome will be or how it will unfold in the future. I know a lot of people will go back to old patterns very quickly, and a lot of people are still living the old. We see it all the time around us. They are not accepting the fact that things are changing. And they put themselves at risk because of that. So I would say yes, and it's wonderful what's happening. And I've witnessed it even in our initiate group, because more people now are meditating regularly. More people now are having very profound spiritual experiences because they have the time. And they're having the concern and the worry, and they want to go inside and find the peace, and they're doing it. And so I'm seeing and witnessing on the inner and on the outer. I hear it, I read it, I know of it on the outer with people, but I also know it on the inner because I see people rising up into the soul realm that I wasn't sure I was going to see in this lifetime doing it. But they're doing it now, and more are doing it because they're doing the meditation, because they're doing the LAF, because they're taking responsibility and they're taking action. And with all that, I am witnessing it firsthand. So is Brian. We are joyful about it. We hate to say we're joyful about a pandemic, but we're joyful in what the pandemic has brought on people and how it's causing people to make change in their life. So thank you. That was a very good question.
It's interesting because I've made comments where I said some of my favorite things that I enjoy attending in life are memorials or funerals. And the reason why is because it's when somebody dies. I mean, that's like the biggest transition other than being born into this world is leaving this world. And it's interesting because most of the time when somebody's born in this world, there's like this joy, and then when somebody leaves, there's a sadness. But it's what I really like about that when somebody leaves, that sadness or whatever that is people feel inside, because sometimes somebody's leaving really is a joyful process, that it literally gets people to really look at life, the greater depth of it, the more the meaning of it, what is most important to people. That's what I like about it. Because most of the time in life, people are just going through life, not really paying attention what it's about, learning from it, the value of it. And it's often not until that death process do people really pay attention, because that moves them. And to me, that's part of what's happening with the pandemic, because this is literally a life or death. And it could happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And that calls our attention. So in calling our attention and paying more attention, that itself is going to cause change. And in this case, it's trying to preserve life, where a lot of the wars and everything is destroying life. The virus is destroying life, but it's getting people to pay attention to see how they can preserve life. But it's getting people to, in stirring that, why is it so important, life itself? And that's the stirring that I find great value in, how it moves people. And if anything, it's unfortunate that it often takes destructive actions, but in so doing, it gets us to really finally pay attention, to really look at the major changes it causes, and for us in that, hopefully making new choices. Just like the whole change to change rather than destruction as a higher frequency that this whole new age is about. Mm-hmm. That it'll cause us to look more intently at what's going on and hopefully make different choices so that it really will better support ourselves individually, which of course then supports humanity.
Meditation experience. Meow, meow, meow. First, I thank you, Brian and Jim, for this very special talk. My Tuesday morning meditation was, I was driving an old van like a VW bus. Brakes weren't working well. I'd have to press hard. Coming close to car in front of me, I was driving from the back seat. I went to repair place for brakes. In the van, I had 3 cats and had lots boxes in van for them. I began clearing the boxes out. Cats were waiting. Boxes were old, falling apart. I got rid of all of them. I decided, choose to drive from the front seat. Then the 3 cats came together. 2 of them piled on top of the one and made their way to the front passenger seat next to me. I was amazed, pleased that they knew how to do what they did. I felt that it was if they'd been waiting for me to go to the front of the van. I was happy driving with the cats next to me. In this experience, I appreciate the transition, the change in perspective. The boxes brought to mind the ticky-tacky boxes Jim talked about years ago. The number 3 may be the triune. If so, what is the meaning of their coming together? Any other comments are welcome in loving.
Well, the fact that you went from the back seat to the front seat is very significant to the drive, because apparently you've been driving from the back seat, and that's meaning doing your life from the back seat for a period of time. And now you're beginning to take charge and move into the front seat to be the real driver and to be in charge of the driving. And to me, the 3 cats kind of merging into one, so to speak, is saying to me that now you're working on really spiritualizing your whole being. The 3 are the body, the mind, and the spirit. And you've kept them kind of separated in the way I would say from what the dream is saying. You've kept them separated and not really had them joined together. But now you're spiritualizing it all, joining them together as one, and I think you're going to find yourself having a much more spiritualized, experiential life than you have had in the past, just by this you're sharing. Do you have anything?
Oh, I'm too tired.
He's speechless, yay!
Your talk put me to sleep. I've been trying to recover ever since.
Well,
I mean, I don't really know what there's symbology in even the old VW van and all that. That to me is symbolic in some ways of, I guess you could say, the older days, like the hippie days or the flower, sunshine, peace, rock and roll, all that. And I don't even know who this is, your upbringing, but those can be references to whatever belief systems or how you viewed yourself or the world. And, so whatever the symbology is, even in the vehicle there as well. And it's fine, whatever that is.
also, getting rid of the boxes.
Yeah.
That boxes are the ticky-tacky boxes are the boxes of the mind, of what we conceptualize and how we categorize and store things inside of ourselves. And getting rid of all those old boxes to me means you're clearing your consciousness, you're clearing things out, and really making yourself open and vulnerable. And that's why you've taken charge and moved to the front seat now, and not just let things kind of ramble on the way they were. And the 3 cats joining together as one is your consciousness now is joining together as one to be more spiritually focused and motivated. And that's very, very good.
And I would also, in my sharing when I was talking about the meditation we do here, like a lot of the older way of meditation has often been passive. So it's almost like being done to you. When I hear about driving from the back seat,
Yeah.
to me that's more the perspective. When if you listen to how I describe the meditation we do here as an active meditation, it's one where you are really in charge and moving towards God rather than passively letting it unfold. And I would say, just like what you were just saying now, is very symbolic of really being more empowered and taking more charge of your life and the vehicle that you have as a soul, of being able to really drive it now more fully in charge. And that's what happens when the other selves come together in alignment and in unison. And it's just all coming together. It'd be very interesting to see what you're aware of in your life and being more empowered and the changes that go on.
Hi, light woman here, looking at you with my twinkle eyes and big grin. This is more of a sharing than a question. Comments welcome. First, thank you, Kelsey, for the laugh workshop. Directing us to look at the fear behind the issue was very enlightening for me. I often go into reaction when someone tries to suppress my feelings. I fear that if I suppress my feelings, I will revert to old patterns to cover up the pain: drinking, smoking, sex, disassociation. Well, I know I'm not going to do that, so I can release that fear. And I know that I can have those feelings even if someone doesn't want me to, even if someone doesn't want me to. So again, thanks for sharing your experience. That helped me so much. Second, over the last several months, I have been getting intense headaches when meditating. The headache does not feel like a tension headache or a sinus headache. It is always on the right side and starts above the mind and can radiate down my face and neck. It feels like a stuck energy headache. In talking with Stephen about this, I see that I may be resisting something or increasing my spiritual opening. I had a headache all last night and into my meditation this morning. I asked myself what I'm holding on to. What do I have to release? What do I need to LAF? I told myself to focus up. F you for Brian. Focus up into my higher divine self and listen.
Fuck us up?
Focus. I got to that familiar place with my divine self. I recognized my divine self. But I was told that I need to love, accept, and forgive my divine self. Wow. When I started on this path years ago, I had to start by loving, accepting, and forgiving God. I did that. Today I laughed, my divine spirit, headache gone. Many, many years ago, when talking with Jim, he said, "That sounds like you feel unworthy." I said, "No." Well, I was talking about my human self. My human has never felt unworthy. I have always felt that God saw everyone as worthy. But I realized today that my divine self felt unworthy. Thanks to the inner work this weekend, I have a lightness and a loving flowing through me freely. Love seeing your faces. Miss you.
That's great.
Nice.
That's a wonderful sharing. Thank you.
That's where it's great to hear sharings like that.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot for us to say. Just thank you for sharing. That was really, really good information.
That's very powerful and
Yeah.
very meaningful.
And the humor, of course, I appreciate.
Breakfast.
Breakfast?
Breakfast.
Is this the next one now? Somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Did we go through the night? Is it breakfast
Yeah.
time?
Did you have more to say about the other one?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
No.
I had an inner experience that is a little foggy, but my best experience is I was living with Jim, and he was making me bacon and eggs for breakfast. I was sitting on the floor at a round white table, and he was bending down to give me the plate. Is this something about the Holy Spirit feeding me, and I am living with the Holy Spirit? If you could share more information, I would appreciate it. Much loving and gratitude for all three of you. Another Trinity.
Well, I would say that you've answered it. That is you being fed by Spirit, but you have set the table. The meditation that we do is us preparing a place for God to come and eat with us, to be with us, to visit us. But we have to prepare the table. We have to prepare the place. And so you sitting down at a white table to me is saying that you have now prepared a place and Spirit is bringing to you the nourishment, the food to partake of, to eat. So it's just an outer symbol of an interaction that has been taking place for you for a long time. And that's really, really wonderful. I appreciate hearing that.
And I love the symbology of a Texan spiritual teacher.
Yeah.
Bacon and eggs. We're definitely not an Eastern vegetarian pathway, right?
Right.
There's our milk and honey, the nectar. It's
We go
bacon
for
and
the
eggs.
bacon and eggs of heaven.
Not fishes and loaves or anything. Bacon and eggs.
You are tired.
I am. I love it, though. This is great.
You ready for the next one?
Sure.
Sure.
This is just more of a comment sharing. Pets. Kelsey, Brian, and Jim. I had a laugh about Alma because my cat Rue likes to be in meditation with me. If I shut the door and leave her out of the room, she will scratch on the door and meow to get in.
Hooroo.
That's really good.
Roo-hoo.
Yeah, we hear about pets, dogs, and cats both that do that.
Alma meditates with Kelsey all the time, huh?
Mm-hmm. She does.
You go into meditation and she does.
And she's there with me in meditation on
But
the
not
other
when
levels.
we do it in class.
No. Only when I'm alone. So I can relate to a lot of, or the sharings today about wanting to take your cat home.
Yeah.
I've had many experiences of that. And I had one where I actually was holding on to her and going out of body, and I was going into the etheric, and as soon as I started to go out of the etheric, she was on my stomach and literally jumped, leapt out of me like when you see a scared cat cartoon and it's like, that happened physically, and it brought me right out of the body. I mean, right back into the body. And it freaked her out, and it freaked me out. And then, Jim, you shared that animals can't go beyond the astral.
Right.
And so I was like literally about to take her out of the astral, and she went right back into her body.
Can't go there. Taboo.
Totally taboo. And it's interesting because I had an inner experience this morning with my cat, and I was riding a bus that was flying, and my cat wanted to go with me, and I had to leave her at the airport, and I told her, but I'll come back to you, but I can't take you on this bus. You just can't go. So I just thought it was interesting that this other person
Yeah.
literally had an airport experience trying to take their cat home the same morning I did.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't an x-ray machine in that experience. Maybe it was a CAT scan.
Maybe. But it's interesting because in my experience, we had to go through security as
He's
well.
actually laughing at one of my jokes. That was funny, wasn't it?
That was cute. A cat scan.
No, that was Brian.
You're just good with words. You always have a good play on words.
Thank you.
So
do.
you were saying.
Well, I had to go through security with her too. It's just interesting, the similarities.
Did she make it through security?
That was not a problem. I didn't have the same issues. She made it through fine. She did. It was all fine until I had to board the bus, the flying bus.
The flying bus.
Yeah. And everybody else in the airport was flying on real airplanes. And I got on the bus, and there were only like 5 or 6 of us. And there were thousands of people in the airport. And I said, why are we on this like rinky dinky bus? Like we're
Because
not.
it's the way through to soul.
Okay, but in the experience, I'm like, this is going to literally combust the minute we take off. It was like we were in a tin trap. And the bus driver said, oh, it's so great. We're going to go like 3 times faster than the airplanes because nobody has luggage. We're not carrying any luggage, so we're going to go
That's
super.
symbolic.
There you go.
Yeah,
No
we're gonna,
luggage.
No luggage, no karma, no baggage.
Going home to Seoul.
Yeah. So my cat wanted to go to Seoul.
Yeah, there's a Seoul train that you'll dream about and the Seoul bus that you'll dream about. So that's good.
Yeah.
Actually, I've never taken an airplane to Seoul either. I don't think.
I haven't either. I've done the planes going to higher levels
Yeah.
in this creation, but not into the soul realm, actually.
Yeah, that's
That
true.
is interesting.
Yeah,
I was saying I've been
Usually
on
we
a.
fly ourselves, but
Yeah.
what's that?
I was gonna say I've been on a ton of airplanes, but
Yeah.
very seldom am I actually on a bus or a train.
yeah.
It's more airplanes crashing.
See, buses and trains don't crash like airplanes.
But it looked like it was going to crash. So, there are two more just came in, so I will read them since we have time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is this not opening up? There we
Let's
go.
see if I can get past my deliriousness.
Oh, this is a thank you. Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, this weekend has been luxurious and filled with so much love, support, and enlightenment. Thank you for giving us this platform to hear your sharing and to express ours. I appreciate all the work that goes into facilitating this for us. Love you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear.
And then there's another one. Birds.
Birds.
I used to have a blue and gold macaw
Mm.
that would stand on my chest and put its head under my chin while I meditated.
That's a new one.
She also liked to roll over and lie on her back on my chest while I meditated and would go to sleep.
That's wonderful.
That's cute.
So see, birds can receive the energy as well.
Can I share the experience I had with Alma?
Yeah.
So I had a month ago maybe, an inner experience where all of a sudden I saw my cat and I saw this flame above her and she was running like really, really fast through all, and I knew they were different realms in creation, and she was running super fast, and there was this flame above her just following her as fast as it could, like trying to keep up with her. And in the experience, it ended with me going up to Brian and saying, "Brian, I saw Alma's flame. She has a flame, and she's running through all the realms." and Brian had a big smile, and that was kind of the end of the experience. So, for all those people out there that wonder, I can say through my own inner experience what Jim is sharing is true,
Yeah.
that the animal does individualize. They get a flame, and it's real.
It's
And
very real.
It's very real, and it's awesome. It was
And
really
just for people wondering, the flame is the divine spark of God or the soul.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But
and
keep going, I'm sorry, just in case some people wondered.
Yeah, no, totally. Good to clarify. It literally was a flame above her. So, yeah, it's very real. And it's very cool.
It is.
It's very, very cool.
That's great.
And I was very grateful to be able to witness that and have that experience, because I've heard you talk about it
Yeah.
a lot over the years. So that was my experience.
Well, that's where it's cool, like Jim was sharing earlier, that when we do our meditation and you hear how the animals respond and they want to be part of it, it's really quite wonderful. And that, to me, that answers some of another person's sharing of doing the meditation as a service to God. It's like, yeah, it's a service to God in all things, including dogs and cats and birds and all that. That as you meditate, that literally, I mean, you're just doing the meditation and the animals are responding and moving towards that, and it does support them in individualization like you're sharing. It prepares the consciousness to move into the individualized state so a soul can incarnate in it. So the thing is, you can't do it for the animal, because I know people will take this information and try to pray and meditate for their animal. It's not how it works. You can't do this for anything or anybody else. You have to do it for yourself. And in doing it for yourself, then the animals, the people, the situations around you get the benefit. You can't do it for. That's why you never hear us talk about praying for things, because in so doing, we often will project or disassociate ourselves. Where this pathway of soul liberation, you have to bring your soul back to yourself. And in so doing, you become full and complete. And then there truly is an overflow where now that grace can move through you and extend now out to others and animals and all that. But you have to do it for yourself. And then it benefits everybody else. If you try to do it for others, you don't benefit yourself, and you don't get the same action. You can still manipulate energies in ways, but it's different. It's not the true movement of grace. It's more of a mental, psychic manipulation. This is a real movement of grace when you focus on soul liberation and then allow the grace to move through you. It doesn't matter to animal, people, situations, whatever. Then it does serve God in all things, because you are supporting and serving the God within you, not the mind, not the body, not the emotions. And that's a lot of what people don't understand, that do a lot of things with prayer and visualizations to try to change things for what we or they think is the better, when really it's just to control the mind based upon its judgments and fears. That's not a spiritual action that people think it is. The only true spiritual action is when we really love God from the soul and let God love us, and then anything of the overflow is the spiritual action. And that takes place automatically when you really do this meditation practice and focus on your journey home to God.
Yeah.
And then all these other things happen. Seek first the kingdom of God, and all else is added. This is the all else that is added, where you have experiences like that benefit and serve other consciousness in all types of forms, whether it's animal or human or even rocks and minerals and whatever. It literally benefits every single kind of form of atomic structure or not. Literally. That's quite amazing.
Well, there's a statement, be the living example and they will follow. And that's really true. You can't force it, but you can be it. And that which is ready to do the same will do so.
People have to remember God's love is unconditional. So we have to live the unconditional loving. If we try to condition the loving, which is what prayers do, I hate to say it,
Yeah.
people don't like it when I say this, but prayers trying to condition loving. That's not the fullness of God's unconditional loving. It's unconditional, meaning you cannot place conditions on it. You cannot try to manipulate it. You cannot try to control it. You cannot try to make it do what you want it to do. You've got to be unconditional if you want it to be God. And then you surrender and let God now work through you to do what God wants. That's the whole thing of thy will be done. That's how that really works. So we literally have to give up not only our conditions, but we have to give up our desires, our wants, our needs, and surrender that for the greater good that is God. And then God can do all add unto you. And that's where you see the miracles, the magic, the beauty, the grace truly unfold, is because you finally have let go of trying to manipulate everything and just let it be. And then God really can. Otherwise, we get in the way.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
That's the truth. And I say it with enthusiasm because, boy, 20 years ago when I stepped into that realization, I've done everything I can to live it ever since, because I've just experienced so many miracles here and there that I did nothing. I just witnessed it happen. And I knew it was moving through me, but I knew it wasn't me. I knew it was God moving through me, and I just witnessed it. So I created the space to be a vehicle so that God could do what God wanted to do through me, but it wasn't me doing it. And I knew that, and I understood how that worked and what I did for that to be able to work. And that's all we try to do in all of our programs. That's all we try to do here, is just to create the space and be a vehicle so that God can do what God's going to do, not try to do anything we think should be done or try to do what we want to do. That just gets in the way, and that's what most every other group is doing. If you pay attention, you'll figure it out pretty quick. But not many people will. Most people are just so used and conditioned that way, just like the scripture about fear God. That's not God. That wasn't a direct quote from a spiritual teacher.
No.
That was somebody else making that up to manipulate and control people. That's what fear does. Anytime I see fear used, automatically I know that has nothing to do with God. It is the mind of somebody trying to manipulate, to control.
No.
That's all that is. I don't care if it's in the scripture or in the kindergarten book. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Anybody can write anything they want and call it scripture. Doesn't make it so. Once you know the real signpost, that's all you need to follow and look to as your guidelines, and let that be the truth, not what anybody says, not what anybody does, but the actuality of that movement of life itself will demonstrate itself. You just have to be sensitive and aware enough to recognize it. And that's what meditation does. It opens up our faculties to be able to become aware of that. And those faculties are not the psychic ones, the spiritual ones from the soul. Because only the soul knows. I've seen some amazing psychics, and they have no idea about the soul. And it's just amazing when people can be so clairvoyant or psychic and not have a clue what really is spiritual and what's going on. It's always blown me away because I always associated the two hand in hand, and they're not. They're not at all. But often the people that are truly spiritual often have psychic abilities as well. But not in the same sense we'd call psychic, but rather spiritual awareness would be a better way to describe it. That's how I consider myself. It's just more spiritually aware, not psychic. Other times I call it a game. I say, yep, I'm just showing you I'm psychic. I do that just for fun sometimes because that's just a spiritual awareness that often will show up just in the movement of God's loving. And it's just acknowledging it so that we can really let it be what it is.
Was there any other questions? Two more? Okay.
Oh, cool. I guess a few more came in from all that.
Yeah, they just came in. My turning point, my dearest, there are no words to express my gratitude for your support and teaching. Such a huge difference in my spirituality. Even though I'm not in touch with y'all and not meditating as often as I'd like, I'm not feeling guilty or ashamed. More than ever, I find myself in the gratitude stage, becoming closer to my spirit, nature, and all. Brian, love you dearly. I was writing about my mom's transcensions 4 days ago, and you saved me by talking death a few minutes ago. Surprisingly, I'm in so much peace with her. She went the way she'd always wished for. The first night of her departure, her energy, light, love was present so strongly. Her message was to get rid of the old programs, beliefs, delete or rewrite them. She is very happy and would like to experience life through my living. Through her support, I got connected to all generations before us and with one. It's so powerful and uplifting. For hours before the news reached me, 2 hours after leaving her body, as I looked at the sky after my prayer and sending her light and love, asked y'all to help her with her transcending. Thank you.
Very nice.
Very.
Yeah. Enjoy it. It is one of the most joyful occasions that is the other closest one to birth. Because in truth, even though it's a death from this world, is a birth into a spiritual or other realm world. And I've got you beat, though. My dad just passed away on the 11th. So literally a week ago Saturday. And I talked about it, and Jim shared about it actually yesterday in our initiates meeting. And we will have those talks posted on the website in some time to come. And I know who you are that's sharing, and I know your initiates, so you'll have those available to listen to at some point that will also support you in that process. And it is a very grace-filled one. And I'm not going to go into it now for time's sake, because Jim and I literally talked a lot about it yesterday in both of our sharings. And an example, though, that I can't say enough in my dad's passing was, to me, just an amazing demonstration of, I know, of an initiate or disciple upon his path getting liberated, just from my own experiences and awareness with him over the years. And then Jim literally taking him up into the soul realm just a week before, less than a week before he actually left the body. And he passed away in his sleep. It was just completely grace-filled from beginning to end. That's the short of it. And the amazing thing for me, I thought I would have tears, but over all the years and all we've gone through and all that, I have felt nothing but this wonderful freedom and joy every day since his passing now. And it's just been one of the most joyful processes I've had in anybody's passing. And that to me is a real statement, because I know he really went home and truly is liberated. And it's just amazing to watch that energy of that freedom of joy and the liberation, how that grace can affect the people that are left behind in such wonderful ways. So it's just continues to be a grace-filled experience for me and my family as well. And those are really nice sharings. I'm looking forward to listening to myself too when we get a chance. So thank you for sharing. Enjoy this time. It's, again, the best. And even though it can be sad, obviously, when somebody does pass, but if you have sadness, I have learned that sadness is really just a reflection of a greater joy spiritually. So don't avoid it. If you have any sadness, go into it, because in that you're going to find the depth of joy of the grace of God's loving that truly works with every soul, no matter what realm they go to after their passing. There's always just an amazing loving, and as an initiate, that grace of God truly is extended to family members. So God bless and all that.
Was there one more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good, because we have one more minute.
There's two more, but one's asking you to share a story about a cat. So I'm going to go to the other one, since we've talked a lot about cats
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, Kat's got a lot of attention today.
All right. Thank you, dear hearts. I had a dream this morning whilst listening to Jim's sharing about having sex with my dad. I felt like such a profound healing and peaceful closure to such a long and difficult journey for me. In particular, the links between sex equaling love, and that many of my relationships had been trying to replicate the relationship with my dad. I finally feel freer and more at peace with that part of my past than ever. Thank you. God bless.
That is
That's
great.
a good statement.
That's how this path works. The freedom comes.
And it's wonderful acknowledgement, because really sex is associated with love. It's just a very, I'm going to say, imperfect representation of real loving. It's just the way the human body understands love, because the body does not really know the nature of spiritual loving. And so the body and the consciousness here will interpret sex as loving And even if it's been abusive or mishandled or in imbalanced or unhealthy ways, it's just part of how the consciousness here handles that. So let that be okay. And if there's any kind of hurts or shames around anything, that's where the LAF and the forgiveness is important. But that was a wonderful statement, because when you realize the greater truth, that it really is an expression of loving, that's what heals everything, regardless of the circumstances or opinions or identities in any of this. It's really the action of loving. So thank you for sharing.
All right.
Should we draw it to a close, or should we hear this last little meow story? Is it a long one?
She's just asking that Jim share about his cat that moved into the physical.
The what?
Your cat
Oh.
that moved into the physical.
You shared a couple of years ago. You had in
Buster?
our experience that Buster incarnated in a human form.
Oh, yeah, in a human form, yeah. Well, he hadn't yet, I don't think he had yet inhabited a human form. He was now individualized, and he showed up on the inner levels. And I looked at him, and somehow I felt like I knew him. And he looked at me and he says, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "I kind of think I do, but no, I don't." And he says, "I'm Buster." So,
Did you go, "Listen here, Buster"?
Yeah, I should have. So it was just kind of like, oh my God, it was like, this is true, this is real.
So the reference everybody else knows that the email was bringing up is that one of Jim's cats in the past, that the name was Buster, who died many years ago, just a few short years ago, was it at a retreat, I think, maybe in meditation?
It was at a retreat, yeah.
That Jim actually, that Buster, that consciousness of the cat came because he was individualizing, just like we were talking about, and showed up in that human form in Jim's meditation.
And he was a
And
big man. Ooh.
like 6'6" or something,
Yeah,
you said
he
in the
was
experience.
big.
Like, yeah. So it was funny. So that's what that's reference to for everybody else who may be wondering. But that was it. I actually asked Jim about if he's seen Buster ever since, and you said no. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming not to this
No,
day.
I haven't.
So. All right.
Well, thank you all very
good?
much. This has been
Excellent.
a very rewarding and fulfilling and joyful time. I just really appreciate having the opportunity to share the way we did today, and also respond with question and answer, and it's all been heartfelt, loving, to the point, and just an excellent experience for me.
And Emmeline, if you're still watching and
Yeah.
listening, we look forward to hearing from you some more in the future. And write down your dreams in your journal, because you do that and you ask, you will see Jim and I show up at some point in your dreams.
Yeah.
If not tonight, soon.
Do write your dreams down. Oh my God.
And that goes for everybody, really.
Yeah.
But thank you. It is wonderful to have somebody so young sharing today. We haven't had that in a while, so that was really blessed.
I would
Thank
love
you.
that.
Yes.
And for all of you initiates, you will be sent a link to the initiates weekend we did this weekend for Texas.
Oh, good.
So please don't email me and ask me.
Yeah.
I will be emailing you all the links to all the initiate online retreats this year. There were 4 of them, and it concluded with the Texas Initiate Retreat we did this Friday and Saturday. So give me a few days, but we will get all of that to you.
And I would really ask people to please respect what Kelsey's sharing right now, because we have a very small team, and when we get a lot of individual requests and emails, the time that it takes to handle all that, it's a lot. It just takes a lot away from when we can just, where Kelsey can handle that and just send it out to everybody. So there's no need. So she's letting you know it's getting handled. And we just really would ask, because some people just think it doesn't apply to them.
Yeah.
So please just be respectful of that we really are, we do a lot behind the scenes. People have no idea. So it's appreciated, the support. In this case, the support is don't send any emails or requests. Just know it'll be on its way And it'll be ready. When it's ready, it'll be sent out, whether it's a day or a week or a month.
It's nearly ready, so yeah,
Awesome.
you'll get
Wow.
it this week. That I can
Wow,
guarantee.
you've been at it then. Cool.
So
All right.
yeah, thank you for that because it's actually
No, I know.
incredible what we do. I remember.
Believe me, we get to see Kelsey overwhelmed, but we also know when we've been overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I wish we could really, truly, individually respond with everybody, but we've initiated a few hundred people now, so it's just too much to keep up with just a few people we have to handle everything. So
Yeah, on top of all the emails about all the technology and the website, and I people have no idea how much ILM does in supporting this action, and it's actually phenomenal. It's unbelievable to me all that ILM does. So
and
it's
the amount
a
of
gift.
the time, the money, everything we put into that website. That's why we do it. I would ask people, please first go to our website. Always. I don't care if you're brand new or been here for decades. Go to our website before even writing and asking questions, because everything now is pretty much on there or soon will be on there.
And ask a friend, ask a fellow initiate or somebody you know that is walking the path. And I even forgot to tell someone today, oh, you can't get on ILM's website the video broadcast through the website, go to the YouTube channel, until Brian reminded me, like, we are doing so much technology, there's things I forget we're doing. So that's a great resource. Spread the word. Go to the YouTube channel. It's probably easier getting there than.
And all the videos are up there.
And
Like today,
I had somebody
will
write,
be up
yeah.
there instantly. Today's talk and Q&A will be instantly available both on our website and on the YouTube channel.
And I meant to announce that this earlier because I keep getting people writing, I can't find the 2020 talks. They're all on the YouTube channel. You
Yeah,
will
all of
only
them.
find them on the YouTube channel, but they're all on the YouTube channel. We are still trying to get our new website up, and you won't get anything until the new website gets up, but it will all be on the YouTube channel. So please go there and check it out.
Inner Light
it's-
Ministries,
right.
a path of sound and light. Otherwise, you'll see Inner Light Ministries out in California, and that is not our church, and we do not support her at all what the teachings are over there, because nobody's doing what we're doing specifically. There's other paths of sound and light, only a few, but each one has its own little cultural mix of how they do that. So make sure you go to Inner Light Ministries, a path of sound and light, so there's no confusion. And you'll know because you'll see our pictures on it.
Yeah, because otherwise it's the lady who's the minister.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, we're
Again,
a
thank you
little
and
ways-
all. Have a good week ahead and a good Thanksgiving. Wishing you the very best of a holiday, and we'll see you in December 6th.
And those of you that are not in the U.S. doing Thanksgiving, but the rest around the world, have a great time of giving thanks.
Today, tomorrow, and forever.
Or how about a gratitude giving?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we'll see you next time. When is it? December 5th? I don't
6th.
remember. 6th?
6th.
The next broadcast we'll do for the last one of the year. All right, see y'all next time.
Bye-bye.